8, 11, 12, 13.
Are you smoking?
Oh,
You.
why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What?
Fuzzy Bear, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How's it going? I think that'll be good.
Abundant abject anomalies abide airy arms arbitrating amassed angels.
There you go.
Yes, I've reposted that post.
You have. Okay, that's what I thought. So everyone on that list is dead. We don't need to worry about them. So we need to worry about 395 to 430. 109 grandchildren. Still doing maths homework. Yeah, Levi. We've decided that basically there's going to be an underclass of people who live inside the dome, and it's going to be like all the black market dark side of the Adventurers Guild is, and it's basically going to be home to the reject illegal bloodlines of. We still have 4 generations to go. Vidat, Radovan, Kamal, and Vilmos. And Vilmos is the current viceroy who's being inaugurated in the 2nd chapter. Speedrun. Who would like to write along with me and have me read your story, feel free to do that and then post it in the Discord when we're done. But, as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Your connection to the real world and your understanding of the real world is your basis for manipulation of the real world. And in the case of magic, it's about consciousness. So your thoughts and the power of your thoughts can be brought manifest through the connection between your soul and Gaia, essentially. And the more, like, the deeper the connection, the more understanding you have of the world, the better a mage you are. And even the most basic adventurers have to have some sort of understanding of magic, because the idea of how the, like, battle mechanics work is like in Final Fantasy XI with weapon skill, and then that weapon skill essentially like fissures the soulscape, and then the opposite element of that, so let's say it's earth, you start with earth and you create a fissure from earth, and then you cast thunder on it, which is the opposite, and it kind of like expels it back and it tears the fissure open into a rift, and then if you cast magic on that rift, it then implodes. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. You're great, bro. Hell yeah. Still male. Get off my follower list. You're fucking killing me, bro. Adventurers themselves, not to be the ones to start another Beastman war. Being an adventurer is an honor. It's not a privilege. And you can be stripped of your adventurer's ID. Unlocks all of the locked doors that things are like gate kept behind. I want to leave the gaps that allow the reader to fill in order for them to feel that the world is their own. Very fantastic, magical world. So when describing it, I would like kind of, you know, feel like it was like tapping on a keyboard kind of idea and like swishing across.
Jeez. Come on, Speedy.
Wow. He's really on there good.
Thank you so much, Valiant Boy. Oh my fucking god, that's amazing. Thank you for the subscription. You are the first ever subscriber. Thank you. This toke is for you, my good friend. There you go, you're a moderator now. Don't worry, bro. I'm always on Kick, but Twitch don't cause me a problem. Yeah, no worries. It's whatever. That's why I multi-stream. Whatever platform you prefer to be on that platform. I'm gonna say, go read a chapter of a book. Honestly. Lazy Panda! Welcome to the stream! How's it going? If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I'm an idiot. I didn't realize that the video had stopped. It's supposed to loop, but OBS has been kind of weird about that shit. But anyways, welcome everyone. How is it going? So we had some ideas for today. Oh, we have big ideas. So let's pull this up. We'll be starting from scratch with a new plot outline. And we're going to add in, of course, the senses, because it's going to be somewhat important to this. Okay, so plot, location, time period, characters, events, structure of the scene. Actually, we want to put that here, and we want to go senses, sight, sound, touch, why am I so fucking stupid? Holy shit. No, I'm fucking stupid. I just need to take a toke. It's because I'm not high. I swear. It's because I'm not high. Okay. Fuck, I'm an idiot. I forgot to plug in the lamp again. God damn it. At least this is working though, so we can... Whoops. Was not working yesterday. It is working now. There we go. New emotes, boys. We got new emotes. Where the fuck is it? It's probably way down here, right? Like way the fuck down here? I feel like it's not on this sheet. Yeah, it's not here. Sight, sound, touch, taste. Scene construction notes. Smell! It's because I can't smell. Jesus Christ. Okay. You can tell how fucking retarded I am now, right? No one saw that, right? No one saw that. Let's take this. And let's just reset this. That ought to do. Okay. So now we have the plot, the senses, the scene structure, and then the entire thing. We are set and golden with that. So next is what were we doing? So we're going to be watching. Where is it? Watched that. Wait, it's not in here? I had one. I don't know where it went. This one. On first person. So we're looking at first.
Sorry for interrupting.
Jesus Christ, fix ad block, motherfuckers! There we go. Jesus. Holy fuck, how many ads do I have to fucking skip? Alright, so the aspects of first person writing. Because the book, of course, is in first person. So, very important that we have ideas towards first person. What we've been doing is rereading, Jonathan Stroud's Bartimaeus series, which has dual perspective, first person of Bartimaeus and third person is Nathaniel. And, like, narrative perspective of, like, other characters, like Kitty and stuff like that. But, and, like, the magistrates of, the government. Things that are outside of the view of both Nathaniel and Bartimaeus. So, let's see how our idea of how we're constructing the first-person view of Husai versus how it should be. And this time I think I'm going to take notes. Actual fucking notes. That's right. Notes. So this is going to be like 4-hour react video. We're actually going to have shit structured instead of being retarded. Even though I like being retarded. But still, sometimes you need structure. Even if you're not going to follow it. Just the idea of it there is enough. Alright, bro, break my brain. Let's do this.
Stephanie Meyer. It's a first-person... Let's talk about Twilight by Stephanie Meyer. It's a first-person novel from the perspective of Bella Swan that has werewolves, vitamin D deficiency to a degree, and problems. Like, if vampires don't have blood circulation, then how does Edward get hard? No, we won't be discussing that. We'll be discussing first-person. All this at all these points, and go into a little bit...
Alright, well, he has an entire list of things that we can look for. Where is that? There. So we see this document up. So we got psychic distance. I have... like, some of these I can infer. This one, I have no idea. I'm guessing that's, like, their visual perception inside of the book. First person and soft magic. Even though mine's, like, a very scientific, very solid, hard magic. Developing character voice. Hey Ox, I'm about to leave for table tennis, so I might not be back again for this stream. Yeah, no worries, Muffins, all good, bro. Thanks for popping in and hanging out, though. Always feels good. I hope you enjoy your table tennis. Like I said, I have When was the last time I missed a stream? Ooh. I don't know. I honestly don't know. You've been here every fucking day like a goddamn champion. I fucking love it, Muffin. So, but I'm glad, like I said, I have a table tennis table downstairs in our basement. So yeah, I understand the passion. So I'm glad you're going out and having some fun. 1 day's 2 hours, 30 minutes. Damn. Damn. That's at least 9 streams? Val has 2. Yeah. But then look at Smokey. He's the true champion. Because I never know when he's here. He's always just lurking in the background doing his own thing. Because our user doesn't really work on Kick for some reason. Even though it works on Twitch. Just one of those things. Just how it happens to go. But I hope you kick ass at table tennis, bro. Just like you do at chess. Character voice. Unreliable narrators. Interesting. Okay, be right back. Have a good one. We'll see you when we see you, bro. Enjoy. Character voice. Language. Fuck, I didn't turn it on. Hold on. Oh, it says I'm not logged in again. Fuck you, Botrix. I've logged in just to check this shit. How do I... There we go. It just didn't want to let me. I turned it on earlier. But Botrix is being fucking stupid.
Fuck you, Botrix.
It reset the voice again!
Notification at Botrix official.
It reset the fucking voice. It reset the extension. I don't know why it keeps doing this. They're just all gone. Because it's supposed to be Ivy. But it's all fucked. So, yeah. The TTS is fucked. It is what it is. We fucking tried, right, bro? That's what matters. Character voice. This would be Husai. Sudi. Difference factor. Inference. A special tool. Confiding in. Oh, dude, that is such a cool idea to think of, like, the reader is, like, perceived as the perspective of Gaia, because that's who Husai is, like, internally basically communicating with. And it's like, oh, that would be such a cool idea to work with, where it's like, it's like it feels like he's confiding in you, the reader, right? And then as you learn more about the world and it evolves and expands out, and you understand what Gaia is, and that he's actually talking to Gaia. So it's like a fourth wall break when you finally realize what's actually going on. I fucking have to do that. I have to. That is fucking beautiful. And it makes so much sense to the story. Oh my god. That is why we do this, guys. We haven't even watched the video, and we've already, like, exploded everything we know about how Husai interacts with the world. And that inner confiding in what you believe in towards, you know, the reasons why. And it's like, it works super well with the intuition of how the world works and where consciousness comes from and everything. So it's just like, this is why we do research, guys. This is why we do research. Because just reading the books, I would never infer this kind of idea. But it does. Because Bartimaeus does confide in the reader, now that I think about it. Like, most of the stories that he's telling to the reader. Not to Nathaniel. He's basically telling them to himself. As, like, a remembering out loud. And now that I'm thinking about how it's written, I'm like, that's fucking gold. It's all about techniques. First person, medium, basic techniques, and a summary. Alright, so we got notes. Let's get into it.
Bit of where Twilight falls short as a first-person narrative. And while Edward can watch Bella sleeping at her window for free, you can watch today's sponsor, CuriosityStream, for free at www.curiositystream.com/HelloFutureMe. Links down below. First-person writing is when you write from inside the mind of a particular character, in their words, using the pronouns I or we. I dove into a rosebush. We were 10. We didn't know what happened after you died. Hell, I still don't know. Now, you're here, so you're probably already considering using first person, so we'll jump straight to the core of first person writing, its biggest challenge and its biggest advantage: character voice. First person writing means getting deep inside the mind of a character, in a way you just really can't in third person. It gives you what we call the closest psychic distance of any perspective between character and reader.
Okay, so this is like a bridging of a gap of knowledge, essentially. Knowledge that the character has versus knowledge that the reader has. And the knowledge that the character has is slowly revealed to the reader. Excuse me. Through the character.
And it uniquely allows them to really engage with that character. Because of this, it's best for stories which are A, psychological, in that a lot of time is spent on introspection or internal monologue, or B...
Yeah, the Husai is always trying to figure out why he is what he is, and interacting with the world, and going out and being an adventurer again, and putting the knowledge that he's gained over the last 50 years of basically being a manager of the Adventurers Guild, and like the accumulated knowledge at his fingertips. So it's kind of like this, there's the was of him, there's the is of him, and there's the will be of him as the story progresses, especially his major character turning point with Zaid, when Zaid dies. And it's just like the endless horror inside his mind of him thinking of all the things that he did wrong that led to this, that it was his fault.
Only one character's journey is central to the narrative. If so, then maybe...
What was the first one? Wait, what? Psychological, and then a lot of time is spent in introspection or internal monologue. So he's just aiming out like the different types, but does mine have this? It does have this. A. So for psychic distance,
Or B, only one character's journey is central to the narrative. If so, then maybe it's for you, which is great, but you are giving up the ability to describe scenes and places however you like, because you're...
But that's not technically true, because the way that I'm getting around this is through dialogue and conversation. And the fact that Husai is a very, like... How do I put this? Like, he's a smooth interrogator. He knows how to talk to people in order to press points to get things out of them and not have them realize the reason why he's, like, prying for information. And that he even is prying for information. HH078060, welcome, good sir. Let's do a backflip for that shit. Hell yeah. Hit the commands if you, whoops. Wanna have some fun with the stream, bro. We got a lot of interactables in chat. So, feel free to join up. So psychic distance. Let's go back.
And its biggest advantage, character voice. First-person writing means getting deep inside the mind of a character in a way you just really can't in third person. It gives you what we call the closest psychic distance of...
So, closest psychic distance, which is, the distance between the reader's mind and the character's mind. I think that's a great way to put it. Hello, HH078060. How are you? Do you want this emote? Is this the one you are seeking? Or perhaps this one? Who knows? We're all retarded here, so don't worry. Everyone fits in. Okay, let's carry on.
Any perspective between character and reader, and it uniquely allows them to really engage with that character. Because of this, it's best for stories which are A, psychological, in that...
Okay, so psychological. The internal struggle of Husai and his need to know about what humans are and why he is the only human. And then B.
A lot of time is spent on introspection or internal monologue.
Aloha,
or B,
Talk!
only one
Always
character's
lovely
journey
to
is
be
central
here
to
in
the
your
narrative.
talented
If
presence.
so, then maybe it's for you.
Your Essentia, welcome. Thank you. Glad to see you around. How are you doing? I am doing very well. Today is a good day. We came up with a fantastic idea for a short story. So, flowing and glowing. Hell yeah. That's how we go. So the short story is a multiple perspective. So we're looking at first person perspectives, not just because my book is in first person perspective and we're comparing like what elements of first person do you need in writing and do I have those elements in my writing in order to be like, all right, let's line this up and, you know, figure out if we're good enough. And so far, every test we've taken, we've passed except description. Description blew us out of the water and completely changed our perspective of writing. It was fucking amazing. This guy is this is channel's called Hello Future Me, and he does basically anything writing. And yeah, he's amazing. This is a 5-year-old video, and it's part of an ongoing series that he has. He also has books go like way more in depth than this stuff. But yeah, the idea for the short story is Cinderella. Allah remembering the future. Yeah. So it's Cinderella, but it's actually a crazy woman who's riding a pumpkin and trying to like ski down a hill in the middle of traffic on like an icy hill in the middle of winter on a pumpkin. And it's like her perspective, and it's like how fantastical the world is and stuff, and like she's basically it's got a dual purpose to it. One is for different perspectives, and the other is taking those perspectives, and basically you have an event that happens, and then two characters perceive that event in completely different ways because of the small things that those characters pick up on and remember and hold because they affirm through their personality. Whereas with the other characters, it's, how do you say it? With like Cinderella, the fantasticalness of it. So from her perspective, it's this grand fantastical place that she's imagining going like through a carriage made out of a pumpkin to this grand palace. But in reality, it's her in a pumpkin going down Main Street trying to ski, and ongoers and traffic and like cops trying to like fucking arrest her and shit. And it's like the narrative outward third person perspective, and then her inward like imaginings of what the world is. So if I can capture turning an ordinary like street into a fantastical world with still getting across like the basis of how you could, in that person's perspective, understand how they could create these delusions in order to create this world. Because essentially you're doing the same thing as a reader in your head. So it's like, for a crazy person who has like schizophrenia and like hallucinates and shit like that, it's like imagining your imagination being projected into reality. Could you imagine how scary that would actually be if like somehow, let's say your eyes are just messed up, and somehow maybe like, because I've always thought about this, I love science and I love shit and I love theories and I love conspiracies, and one of them that I think of is the idea that people who have like hallucinations and stuff, it's like the people that see color, or sorry, see sound, or like hear color. Like the way that their brain is wired isn't proper, so things overlap and it causes different senses to have different things. So I always wonder about people who say they see things, and it's just somewhere in their brain, their eyes are wired. It's like Cloud Atlas. Yes, that's, oh my god, that's fucking perfect. I love that example. I fucking love Cloud Atlas. I actually literally have it downloaded on my computer. I've meant to watch it for the last month, but I haven't had a chance to do it. Because I just love rewatching old fucking great movies and shit, especially in this drought of great shows or great movies for the last couple of years. Although the last really, really fucking good movie I watched was The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. Because I didn't know it was... Don't watch it, read it. Oh, I have so many books I have to read. And I'm reading them for, like, research purposes. And I really don't have that much time. Synthesia is a perpetual phenomena in which stimulation of one sensory or cognitive pathway leads to involuntary experiences in a secondary or cognitive pathway. Yeah, exactly. Now imagine, like, crazy people that have that with their eyes and their imagination. So their imagination goes straight into their eyes and then is projected into reality. And it's like not understanding what that is and how that works. And having a world that basically just says you're crazy and you're just seeing things, I think is like, if there's going to be a breakthrough in mental science, it's going to be something like that. And it's just going to be the way that we treat people that have schizophrenia and stuff like that. And it's like, because now there's a scientific reason, a physical perception of the reason why the things happen in their head and why they see things that aren't there. As opposed to just someone rolling their eyes and saying, yeah, sure, bud. Yeah, right. I don't believe you actually see that. Then again, I have sleep paralysis, and I have a fucking demon. So, you know, It is what it is. And anyone who has sleep paralysis will understand what the fuck I mean. So that's where a lot of my imagination goes too. Is like, and like imagining of like horror and just terrible, horrible, fucked up things. It's like sleep paralysis is a gateway to astral travel. I love that because both my dad and my brother are lucid dreamers. Like, they are amazing at lucid dreaming. And my dad is super into, I don't know if you know something called the Seth material. And he's like super into consciousness and everything. So he like meditates and he does, you know, like attempting to astral project. But he's a Vold. So he's not good at that kind of thing. Whereas I'm Sumari. So I am like the embodiment of creation and imagination. And I absolutely fucking love it. It's like, as soon as like he showed me like the Seth material and everything like that, and I got into like the concepts that work with it and consciousness and everything, it was like every idea I've ever had about how I believe that time works, especially like the idea that every consciousness is living its own conscious existence at this moment and there is no concept of time. Everything lives through its own thing. Dobson, no genes or human design. Gene keys or human design. Do you know? Probably, but not explained in that way. Is that like, the idea of like locked genes, and it's like genes that essentially the way that I would describe it is like how a part of the body evolves. It's like it keeps building and building on itself in like a dormant gene that's kind of like locked, and it's like over time it's like picking pieces and building itself up. And then once it's finished its circuit and it's fully completed the design of whatever it's going to do, then it starts to incorporate that and unlock pieces of the DNA as you go through it. And that's how new organisms basically develop and evolve. Is because it's not like just one day it appears. It's like it's been building up dormantly in the background the entire time. And then once it's complete and ready, then it starts to get tested. And then small bits will come through in mutations until eventually that test gets to a point where it thinks that it's solid enough, and then boom, you have that like immediate transition to basically like a new species. Like the chicken or the egg thing, where like the chicken, it was the egg first because the egg was like the chicken was born from a different species. Like a raptor had an egg and that egg was a chicken. It's super like simplified, but it might give even more insight of your design, how you naturally function, not what society tries to shape us. The cock comes always first. I like that. That's great. It's so true, right? It's like looking at the building blocks of life and stuff like that, and how things evolve to the point where you're like, it's not possible for it to have like that much intuition towards it. But it's like you look at how integral DNA is and the structure of everything to the point that a single cell literally has all the information that it needs. All it needs is instructions. And the instructions are the only reason why the cell does what it does. So like one of the main like research apparatuses for like the cure for cancer is to figure out how to make like instruct cells. Because if you could instruct cancer cells to not replicate and basically shut them down, you could just cause tumors to shrink themselves on their own. Look into human design and gene keys. You might enjoy it. I will write that down, and I will look into that, because I absolutely love that. And it's like the in my book, the main species is an octopi. They're octopus. I call them octopi because it's the easiest way to just pluralize it. But they have basically spent like 3,000 to 5,000 years genetically modifying themselves to go from the bottom of the ocean to be able to breathe oxygen on land, using basically a city with the design based after like the concept of flat Earth, with like a plasma lens shooting at a glass or ice dome, just a clear dome of some kind that reflects light, and then having the sun inside of the dome be the focal point of that laser beam, essentially, and always have it in a place that just is in the air. And then they eventually turn the water and slowly evaporate it until it's a fine mist, and then they can go on land. And then they genetically engineer an insectoid and an avian species in order to create the secondary races, the avians and the insectoids. So their entire existence, the avians and the insectoids, like their consciousness is endowed through genetic manipulation and genetic engineering. So looking into human design and gene keys and stuff like that, it would be super helpful research for that kind of thing. Cancer is simply anarchy, which revolts against the system because it's out of balance. The moment we are back in our natural alignment, Cancer will stop its revolution. Yeah, because like most people don't understand that Cancer cells are just cells in your body that are dormant, that don't do anything. They're literally like the backup cells that replace cells that die. They just haven't been given instructions yet. And cancer is just those cells multiplying without instruction. So they just make more of themselves, but they don't do anything. So they're literally just a mass. And then that is what winds up killing people, essentially. Or trying to kill people. And then there's like other factors that, you know, increase that or decrease that based on like whether, like for instance, like the difference between like a natural cancer and like a radioactive induced cancer that's like just the cells of your body breaking down and losing their instructions. It's not the dormant cells just getting the instruction to multiply. It's like other factors that take into account that cause like different kinds of cancer and stuff like that, right? Like you could even say that in a way leprosy is a cancer because it's the death of the cells. So it's like they're just basically shutting themselves off instead of turning themselves on. So it's like an inverse effect of it. But there are actually a lot of diseases that are like that too. Because that's one of the things with my book is the people inside of the tree are immune to disease and stuff. When the first adventurers start leaving the tree, it's like most of their deaths are from like environmental infections and viruses and just normal stuff. And it takes like 4 generations until it's like established that they're basically like normal. And then they also infect the people in the tree, but the people in the tree are like protected by the magic of the tree and the consciousness. So they don't get affected by it. It basically gets annihilated. So there's this huge craze where it's like I almost want to add this religious aspect towards the tree when it comes to disease and adventurers. I don't necessarily know if it will be that way because I like the idea of science and them understanding how science works. But I also like the idea of something that's miraculous, but has a direct scientific explanation to it that can be discovered through the book. But there's just a lot of angles to go towards things. And my book is, of course, centered around one character. So I love how you flow and glow with sharing your essence with us. Yeah, man, that's what I'm all about. Creating an atmosphere where you can feel like you're a part of the creation process, that you have the power to influence that creation and direct it in a certain way. And it's like using that knowledge to influence others to that kind of awakening idea of like, what are your ideas? What do you think of my ideas? What do you think of this perspective? How would you deal with this perspective? And then taking that idea and throwing it back. Like, I just love brainstorming and just like idea throwing out and just like throwing all my stuff out. Yeah. Exactly. And then just everything kind of, like, harmonizes, and then everyone just comes to this, like, setting where it's like, any idea is worth its grain of salt. And I always think of this as, like, I took Japanese in high school, and one of the things we learned for, like, economics in Japan is that how their social structure for companies is designed. And the idea is that even the lowest janitor has a voice at the company. And if they have an idea, then the higher-ups have to listen to that idea. And then, because it's like the idea that the person that does the job themselves probably has the best idea of how to do that job, as opposed to like a manager structure or like higher than that and like a CEO kind of dictating how a company is run. But it's like understanding that each individual that's building that company up, salts are the building blocks of life, water seeks minerals to balance its pH. Nice! Congratulations, you're level 2, Essentia! Exactly, right? So it's like, you have to accept every tiny, tiny piece of salt because every single one of them is worth something. You never know what it is, but it's worth something. And not having that perspective towards things means that you're going to miss out on a lot, because you're just going to close yourself off and box yourself in. That's why I've always had this like yearning for new kinds of perspectives and ideas, but no one ever gets to the level that I'm at when I'm trying to like describe an idea or throw an idea out. So it's like as soon as I've started streaming and stuff and just being with the writing community and seeing other people that are almost exactly the same way with like creativity and stuff and just like flowing through that, I just absolutely love it. The fucking community is amazing, and I'm so glad that I can share my ideas with people, and people actually like are like, damn, that's a cool idea. I'm like, well, that's what they say. I mean, I just hope, and that's why I love doing these tests and seeing like, where does my writing fall? How can I improve it? Where are my downfalls, you know? And like today is, can I smoothly switch between perspectives of a fantastical crazy lady and basically onlookers? And like, so two different perspectives of the same events, and see if the reader can be like, yeah, I could see how they could see that. That's the idea behind the short story today. B. Only one character's journey is central to the narrative. It's all about Husai. He is seeking everything else.
Angsthaza rated my stream with 9 viewers. Welcome, raiders, to the stream.
We are back, dude.
You heard him. I'll pick you up at 5. Be outside. I don't want to have to talk to your mom.
Well, I will be there.
Oh, hell yeah, we are. Thank you so much for the raid, Angstface. Holy shit, boys! Get in here. Let's do this. All right. Let's do it back. Let's do some... No, I fucked up.
Daddy's home.
I fucked up, guys. Don't worry. It's okay. I reset it. It's all good. It was the wrong chat. I clicked on the wrong box. We're good now.
When Hockey heard you the first time. Lady, no! Mom! I'm calling dog!
Welcome, Raiders! Welcome to the stream! We are currently discussing the difference in perspectives and how to basically bring the first-person perspective and third-person perspective together nice and neatly. I didn't mean to be quite so disruptive. Oh, it's me and Essentia are pretty much the only ones who are in here, so, you know, it's just me being disruptive. Thank you again for the raid. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. And, this should work. There we go. I am so very disruptive. Be disruptive. Sow chaos. Bring the fury. Hands out donuts. Those better have grenades in them. But yeah, we are currently watching On Writing First Person by Hello Future Me. Absolutely amazing YouTube channel that you guys should check out if you don't already. Tons of stuff to do with writing. I watch this guy all the time, so I figured best way to do it would be do some reacts and compare my writing and what's in my book to other people's writings and what he classifies as certain things. So, for instance, the first part is psychic distance. With first person, the closer the reader feels to the mind of the character. And you want to get inside of Husai's head. You want to be inside of his head and reading his mind, essentially, and conversing with him. They aren't labeled. Such chaos. I'm too tired for proper chaos. That's all good. You're trying, Samar Faye. That's what matters. Wait till Valium Boy gets here. Then we'll sow some chaos. Or we can sow some chaos with this. Or this. If you want to do commands... Sadly, the emotes only work on Kick. But, you know... Because I haven't got emotes yet on Twitch. But one day, we will, for sure. But yeah. So, revolves mainly around Husai. Because it's his inner struggle. Husai's inner struggle. Nice! Love that one! Hell yeah! That's what I'm talking about, girl! Bring it! Those are amazing. Epistolary, first person, can be at a significant distance. Unreliable narrators often show up in epistolary writing. Nice! Going hard, Essentia. I love it. I fucking love it. The emotes are king! Yeah, that's why practice makes perfect, right? That's why we write in first person a lot too. And we want the reader to be like, we're going to pose a question, for instance, right? And we need the reader to want to know what the answer is. So we have to build the world in a way that shows just enough that makes you curious and interested. And then it's all from Husai's perspective, the main character. So it's like, you'll be like, oh, no, why didn't he pay attention to that? Why didn't he pay attention to that? Because it's like, so I really want the reader to get that kind of idea. Where it's like, they're seeing the bigger picture, but Husai isn't. And I think if I can pull that off, that will be the quintessential, like, perfect first-person perspective. But who knows?
Which is great, but you are giving up the ability to describe scenes and places however you like, because you'll be describing them through the lens of that particular character.
Exactly.
The way they would. And that's a restriction. But really good first-person novels...
That's why it's like, from my world building, from the very beginning, I've always wanted the book to be first person. So, like I said yesterday, all of the world building and all of the things that I have developed have two structures to them. What Husai sees the world as, and what the actual world is. And it's all based, all the knowledge from this is events in the story that as the story progresses and Husai gains knowledge, the overarching area kind of opens up like this. And it's like now Husai's mind is matching what the overarching world is. But it's like, there's all the twists and turns in there from like the idea that characters can lie, that multiple characters can have different recollections and different stories of the same event, and that kind of idea. That's something we really, really want to play with.
Can be just as engaging when you have a strong character voice telling the story. A unique and interesting way the character engages with the world around them.
And that's another thing too, is that there's the 3 races that are the main races. The octopi, the main race, then the sub-race, avians and insectoids. But Husai is human. And there's no other humans in the book. And he doesn't know why he's human. And other characters see him as an octopi, even though he sees himself as a human. And as far as magic goes, no one's been able to crack illusionary magic. Because they don't understand how light works. And they don't understand quantum differentiation, like the Higgs field, and like collapsing of the quantum state. So if they can't understand quantum mechanics and wavelight function, then they can't do illusionary magic. And Husai spent like most of his career before he was the guildmaster basically running the illusionary guild, trying to break illusionary magic, because he knows it exists because other people see him as an octopi. So it has to exist. There has to be a way to do it. So he's been trying to figure it out. And then essentially he gave up because he couldn't do it after like 30 years. So then he became the leader of the Adventurers Guild. And then now in the story, he's like, because octopi live to be about 150 to 170. So he's like 85, 90 years old, which is about like, like 55, 60, maybe 70. But like still pretty young, right? He's not like a super old man. He's not like physical. He's a mage. So he's always been a very frail person, but he's always been strong of mind. And that's kind of one of the things you'll feel for the character, is like his like almost failing body that it seems. And it's like this contrast of how powerful his mind is and how weak his body is. And he even admonishes to himself, like, he just sits... I think of him as like a gamer kind of idea. Like, he sits in a chair, he doesn't work out, he studies, he's a scholar. So he doesn't really do anything. So he's never really built any muscle mass. So he has this like epiphany of like, I need to become stronger. And throughout the book, he basically like goes from this like really scrawny dude into like a He-Man. And it's like the entire time he's like working out, he's like always doing, and it's like this emphasis on the fact that he's human, and the way that his body is described and everything doesn't match up with any other character. And I think that'll be something that really hooks the people. That they're like, it's very purposeful, it's obviously purposeful that the main character is perceived as himself as a human, whereas like others are perceived to be an octopi. Like when others talk about him and describe him, like he'll, like I said, he's good at interrogating and poking at people to find answers without them realizing why. So like, he'll say something like, when he's trying to like bodybuild and stuff, he'll be like, hey, you guys notice like my muscles getting bigger or anything like that? Like he'll just offhandedly make comments like this, and the characters will say like, no, not really, you're like, and they'll describe whatever an octopi is. Like, no, they'll be like, yeah, your tentacles look fine, man, your suckers are great, like maybe like your legs look a little bit thicker? I don't know. And compared to other octopi, he's also, like, huge. Like, they're, like, 5 feet tall. He's, like, 6 feet tall. So everyone kind of just, like, looks up to him. So he's always been this, like, super tall, skinny octopi. And now it's like he's kind of getting bigger. And just the way that he views himself, it's like, oh, I got a six-pack. It wouldn't be that way, but, it's like his stomach. But it's like, the octopi don't have bodies. They're just a head, and then they have their 2 arms, and then their back 3 left and right legs are braided together to create legs. So they're basically like walkers, and they like kind of waddle like this as they're walking, because they don't have bone structure. So they're very like springy when they walk. Whereas Husai is very like deliberate, heel and knee and hip and elbow and shoulder and torso, stomach, gut, like things that you wouldn't describe as the octopi. So I want to get across this really, really interesting idea of the reader wanting to find out the same as Husai, and kind of make, like, somehow fuse together Husai's ideas with how I want the reader to be. Have you seen footage of RL octopus walking on land? Yes, but it's like, you got to think about it as, think of that, and then give that 3,000 years of evolution, including genetic manipulation to keep the best genes and get rid of the worst genes. So, like, the best of the best possible outcome of a creature after 3,000 years of that. From a normal octopus that's on the bottom of the ocean. Because there's also the octopi that are still on the bottom of the ocean that were the scientists that are left over who were watching.
Thank you for following Veritax Wolf. I hope you are enjoying the stream less than 3 plus.
Hi, sweetie. Hatred was just telling me you used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested.
Why would that mean downgrading to a biped?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
I have thought about that,
What?
and it
When
is
did you start
actually
smoking?
an efficiency thing.
9-ish?
So you
Because
have
of
been lying.
what it
Now,
costs
makes sense
to
the few
independently
ashtrays, the
move
burning pine-scented
each
hairspray.
limb versus moving all of the limbs together. It's like a compounding force. Think of like the more muscles you have in your legs, the better you can run. So the more arms you have to hold yourself up, the better you can move. And they can, like, since they've been genetically modified, there are traits that have been purposefully turned off. And due to how consciousness works with evolution, certain beings have learned, like characters have learned to turn those genes on. So there's a monk character that can unfold his legs, and he does like a Buddha stance with like all 8 of his legs. And he does like thousand needles, like punches kind of thing. Everybody bearing catastrophic injury has the same number of muscles in their legs. I mean individual fibers, like the individual muscle fibers, not the fibers that make up the muscle, right? Because the more fibers that you have in that muscle, the bigger and stronger that muscle is, right? So that's kind of the idea of how they hold themselves up. That's why they're very, like leany. Like, they're very bottom heavy. So they can fold themselves and, like, weave back and forth kind of like this. So they're very, like, very dodgy in a sense. And they can, like, flip over, and they're very acrobatic. But it also means they're super intelligent because they've taken those brains that were originally used independently for each of their arms, and most of them have reallocated that towards their use towards magic. So that's why octopi in general are just better magic users, because they're just more intelligent and they understand more towards how the real world works. And the more you understand science, like I said, the more you can manipulate with magic. Because you're not using mana, you're using the physical world to enact whatever you're trying to do, and then controlling that with magic. But yeah. No, I'm afraid the number of skeletal muscles, fibers, is by and large fixed from the first year of life. Then I have no idea about biology. How do muscles work? How do muscles gain strength? Is it each individual muscle fiber gets bigger? I'm not questioning you. I have no idea when it comes to biology. So I'm just speaking out of my ass. Okay, so then it would be like, instead of having more, it would be having bigger ones, right? But I guess the analogy still works. It's like, I don't know. I guess this is a concept for the book in the background, is how efficient each species is at its movement. So we've got the avians, and here, I'll bring up the aspects of what so far we've kind of come up with for our creatures. So this is what we would perceive as a female avian. So kind of like very bright colors on the facial structures and the beak. And the way that the beak functions is that it doesn't open at the top. It only opens at the jaw like this. The actual ends don't separate. Because how the original species was a carnivorous bird that flew through the air, and it was like a pelican and had like a gullet, and it would basically like open its jaws like this and wave its head back and forth, and then snag other birds out of the air and stuff them in its gullet and then swallow them. So it never needed to open its mouth, it just opened its jaw to swallow things. And then the males are like kind of hippogriffs, and they have like they're kind of like the dwarf species with like beards. Like their hair is like a hippogriff kind of thing around their neck, and they like different ones are weaved into different braids, and different braids tell of different houses of the avians, and it's like a lineage thing. And the avians are very like house driven, even though there's only the monarch and the viceroy as technically royalty, but they keep their lineage very secure and knowledgeable, even though they don't have history per se in the tree about normal events. They have like familial histories about each of their families and stuff like that, because events about the ones around them were worthy enough to be cataloged, but no one really cared about the ultimate state of the tree because it was like a utopia of stagnation. And the only thing that really changed was forms of entertainment and degree of entertainment, until eventually it got to the point of like literally the Colosseums in Greece or Rome, and like the idea of bread and circus for the fucking people. And then it was like, okay, we need something else. And then adventurers started to want to leave the tree, and that created the other class, the adventurer class. But yeah, so there's a huge background to like male avians and stuff. And then we just don't know for the insectoid, because it's like, imagine a centaurification of a ladybug. None of these really do it justice. The closest I could think of is like, think about a ladybug, and then think about this. I just want an image! Give me an image, Google! I hate you. If you know Overlord, Cocutus. Oh, I just want the image, man. Just, it won't even let me zoom in to see the fucking image. But yeah, so that doesn't do it justice at all. But yeah, like something like this, where it's like you've got like the multiple arms, so you've got 6 arms, right? And then you have like they're like very black, and then the ladybug shell is very bright. So they kind of use their shells as like a lure, and their shells are like the hardest parts of their body. And they can either have like 2 weapons on 4 legs like a centaur, they can be on 2 legs with 4 arms and like a little bit of their wings. And their like main weakness for their species is they don't have mouths, they have suckers. So they talk with their wings. And their wings make it so they can't move properly, like flying essentially, and talk at the same time. So there's going to be like a running joke across, it's basically racist, but it's like taken in good faith if it's not placed in like, because there are racists. Some octopi hate the avians and the insectoids, and the fanatics are like on their own complete spectrum of that. But it's like they make fun of the insectoids when they fly, because they go like, because that's kind of like the sound that they make, like while they're flying through the air. So they kind of like make fun of the insectoids because of this, and it's like a running joke throughout the entire thing, kind of like this, used for moments to like break tension and stuff like that with the characters. And this is something that Husai himself portrays out, and it's like his like unification kind of idea, where it's like the more you can laugh at things, the more it brings people together, because if you can't laugh at yourself, who can you laugh at? So I've wanted to bring that idea in some way, shape, or form, and I thought that would be a hilarious way to do it. But anyways, let's carry on with this.
And allows the reader to engage with it too. A fantastic example of this is in Brandon Sanderson's Skyward, which I've just started reading. A lot of the rocks in the tunnel were broken and cracked, most likely from Krell bombings. I imagined those rocks as the broken bodies of my enemies, their bones shattered, their trembling arms reaching up in a useless gesture of total and complete defeat. This passage bleeds with character, telling us how the cabins looked while also characterizing the narrator, Spencer. It tells us she has an active imagination, a fixation on the battle her people are fighting, that she's okay with violence, and has an intense desire to be a hero, all of which is proved true in the later chapters. Now, this writing isn't as complicated or poetic prose as you might have in third person, but it's just as vivid, and that makes it immersive. However, and I want to touch on this because I know my audience, this close psychic distance does present a particular problem for soft magic systems. It'd be really difficult to write The Lord of the Rings from the first-person perspective of Gandalf, who solves problems using magic, and not telling the reader how it works when they're literally inside.
See, one great thing about this is I'll bring this up, because I was working on this, because it's something, like, it shows the idea, I think, at least people have said, it shows the idea behind what I'm trying to represent for magic. So, was it in here? Magic examples, here we go. So like this is one I love to use, is like the example of casting a fire spell. The image became firm in my mind. The measurements of heat, angle, momentum, and direction had been set. I twisted my left arm clockwise, keeping my fingers pointed up. This influenced the essence of wind I needed to assist the spark. Hell hath no fury of the wind, I whispered, channeling my imagined spell into essence. The tiny spark ignited on the dry grass piled inside of the training circle. I pushed my right foot off the ground, spinning me around as I placed it against my left knee, raising onto my toes and throwing my hands above my head. The flame exploded into a torrent of fire, the flames guided by my movements as I twirled and lowered my hand, causing a shockwave of wind to pierce the center of the blaze. The flames circled around me and spun in dazzling deep orange and green, the wind howling around the inferno, casing me. I began the true incantation. As I lowered myself down, the momentum of my spin now broken, I crossed my legs as I sat on the ground and placed my hands upon my knees. Wind of heavens that guard the gates to paradise, I call upon the incarnate nature of these tides, bringing a fan to the flames of discourse. I seek the light and heat of fire as I seek to punish my enemies. I closed my eyes as I gathered the flames surrounding me into a single ball upon my forehead. I opened my eyes. The fireball shot across the grounds towards the river. In mere seconds, the area was alit with the blaze of a second sun. "Fire 4!" I shouted as the fireball erupted into a chaotic swirl of broken flames that scattered across the water, splitting and folding as they hissed out of existence. So that's kind of like the example of how someone would cast a spell. You take an imagined idea that has to do with an element that you can manipulate in the real world, and then you invoke that into reality in some shape or form, and then use the materials of reality to accentuate that, and then use the consciousness to control how that interacts with the world. And that causes you to use a minimal amount of mana while causing the most amount of destruction. Or, in the case of, like, a protect spell, I morphed the thought in my head into the foundation of an idea, a barrier, pristine, clear, made of concentrated air, slowing the momentum and changing the trajectory of all it came into contact with. I imagined it expanding around me, coiling into a woven sea of glimmering light. The air shimmered as light tried to pass, as if striking water. This flesh of mine be weak and frail, but my mind is sharp and strong. I began the incantation as I weaved my hands around each other, sliding them slowly up into the air as I raised the barrier around me, pressing the image from my mind into the world. Air abundant around me, I seek the strength of your soul. Bind and tie those who try to breach this woven crest of armor. Protect, too! The light around me faded as the barrier set in place, now barely a wave of heat. Try and hit me now, I said as I placed my hands behind my back, looking directly at my pupil. He raised his training sword and rushed towards me. Before he could reach me, the blade struck the spell barrier and clashed out of his hands. He then, too, hit the barrier and crashed to the ground. The rest of the students began to laugh. And theirs kind of fucked up, but you get the idea, right? So it's like, your imagining creates the reality, and then that's like a continuous invocation through whatever amount that you used. It's like a, you know, a percent per time kind of thing. So you have to keep the concentration, and the longer you keep the concentration, the more of a toll it takes on you. So the best, like, healers and the best, like, mages are, like, in the moments when they know they need to cast. And because it's a setup for it that takes, like, a while basically to do the cast, it's, like, synchronistic. Like, a bunch of mages all cast a spell at the same time to amplify that effect. And the more that you can amplify it, it's like, the more times over it'll multiply, which causes even more destruction. So it's like the most ultimate spells are, like, basically combination spells. But no one casts magic exactly the same because everyone casts it based on their perception of reality, essentially. So people can fuck up as well, which is like a huge thing that I don't really see in a lot of magic. Is like it's one thing I've thought of because of like Aragon, for instance, how they taught, like, the ancients created the ancient language because sometimes their thoughts would just invoke magic and they just like randomly set people on fire or like randomly blow shit up because they had like an intrusive thought. So they're like, hey, we need to make a language to control this shit. So that's kind of like the overarching idea, is like you need to build this circuit of combined parts, and as soon as you like turn it on and the electricity starts to flow, you have magic. But before that, it's all a build up to that moment. Some people can reach that moment, some people can't. Some people it just doesn't work for because it's like it's not part of their innate abilities. Like someone who, for instance, doesn't have an inner voice. I'm sorry, but it's late here. I'm afraid I need to go. Oh, Angstface, no worries, man. Thank you for hanging around. Absolutely love it. Thank you very much for the raid. Super appreciate it. And your community as well. Great having you guys. Hope that, you know, my ideas are hitting on ears that like it. I'm trying to, you know, make things more entertaining than just writing, because I know just writing sometimes can be boring. It's like building up to everything, especially like later when we're doing the plot and everything. Have a great rest of your night. You as well, Angstface. Thank you so much. Take care.
Inside the mind of Gandalf can feel jarring, like they've been cheated. If a soft magic system is critical to the feel of your world, the wonder, the unknown, then perhaps first person isn't for you.
Sorry I bored you when you stopped by.
Someone who isn't about
You didn't bore me. I was enjoying reading your stuff. I was just trying to set up my stream as well, because yesterday Botwix wasn't working on Kick, so I had like make sure my emotes and everything were working because I made some new emotes. And then I totally forgot, because I was distracted, that I was supposed to bring this video up, and then I couldn't find it in my watch later list. And I was just like, what's going on? I was like, I'm going to be late for the stream. But no, it was fun hanging out and everything. It's always a good time. I love throwing ideas around everywhere, you know? See what sticks, see what people like.
What Patrick Ness in The Rest of Us Just Live Here did. So, how do you develop a strong character voice? Well, it's not as simple as having interesting characters. We'll break it down into two parts: unreliable narrators and language. Firstly, the unreliable narrator. To be very clear, having an unreliable narrator...
Okay. Unreliable narrators. I'm trying to think of how, like... So the character's voice, essentially, is, like, their perspective, right? How do they see the world? What are the things that they pick up on? What do they think is important, right? Those are the things that you need to portray to the reader to round out this character, to get... Because, like, eventually, I want it literally to be the point where you can be like, okay, I know exactly what he's going to do next. In this situation, given these circumstances, this is exactly what he's going to do. And then when that Order 66 moment comes with Zaid and everything, and the exile of the adventurers and everything like that, it's like there are two options. Either you understand that he, like, if I've done it good enough, you'll understand that he, like, where he's coming from when he basically, like, essentially gives up, and everyone else has to, like, keep pressing him forward and encouraging him. And then, of course, Various and Gluttony come up with the idea of immortalizing Zaid in a play. And then they put on a play for Husai, and he remembers, like, the reason why he's fighting, why he's doing what he's doing, and he's not going to let Zaid's death be in vain. He's going to fight to the bitter end no matter what cost. And then they leave the tree, and they go and find Atomas. So, character voice. Unreliable narrators.
It doesn't mean that they're actively lying or hiding things from the reader, Heavy Rain style. What it means is that your first-person character almost certainly cannot be objective when telling their story.
Exactly.
So ask yourself, A, what does your protagonist focus on or notice in describing?
He focuses on things that are scientific and logical. He's almost like autistic in that essence of being like, he just sees patterns with things. And this is an innate, like, perspective because of Gaia pushing him in a direction. And he always feels like there's a calling, something that he needs to do, something he needs to discover, something he needs to know. And he's always introspecting, like, what are my beliefs? And questioning himself. And the things that he notices in people are their actions. He doesn't care about what people say, he cares about what people do. And this will be a big thing you'll notice because of what characters say versus what characters do. And that's also, like, characters talking about other characters, and like I said, two characters having completely different stories about the exact same event. To the point it feels like it's not the same event. Because they just pay attention to different details and different ideas and different structures for different things. And they tell stories in different ways. So, like, Husai is very pattern-oriented. He picks up on logical and scientific things. And he's very much into the physical, natural world. And looking at the contrast between how people act and what they say.
And B, what do they not care about or miss? To me,
what do they not care about or miss? Okay, so Husai doesn't care about the Adventurers Guild, like, as a structure. He's, like, basically over the fact of it. It's like, what's the need for adventurers now that there's literally only one dungeon that has never been solved? It's like everywhere's basically been explored, and that's kind of one thing you'll find about the world is, like, as you're going places, it's like everywhere kind of almost seems peaceful. Aside from, like, small things that are happening with Beastmen villages and, like, rumors that are going around about shadows in the sky and like the sighting of a dragon, essentially. And Husai, like, when they get to the point of, like, the Battle of Garuda, it's like the perspective of oh, this is going to be a slaughter, we're going to destroy the Beastmen, to being like, oh fuck, we're running for our lives, to the point that they call retreat and abandon the city. So it's like, at the beginning, he just doesn't care about the structure of the Adventurers Guild. And then as shit happens and he understands, like he sees more outwardly his role in facilitating the Adventurers Guild, and then he goes and collects every one of his old adventurer buddies, who are all the leaders of each guild in each city outside of the Crystalline Tree. And he misses the actually going out and adventuring. So he's like, finally, like, his calling to go out is finding this video that tells him there's something fucked up in the world. And he's known there's something that's fucked up in the world. He's just never been able to find any proof. Now he has physical proof. There's something fucked up in the world, and we're gonna go find out what the fuck it is. So, that's what starts off the story. So he misses his comrades. He misses actually adventuring and seeking things out. And this will be through the inner struggle of him being like, there's nothing to find. And that'll be like in the entire like prologue of like his interaction with Zaid, his interaction with Gluttony, like 20 years prior, kind of idea. Like almost his not like first meeting with Zaid, but like when he offers Zaid the potential to be his basically librarian. And that's like Zaid getting his foot in the door, because Husai treats Zaid basically like his son. And he doesn't care about the politics of the tree. And he doesn't give that much of a fuck about the monarchy or the viceroy or anything like that. He's never cared about that because he's an adventurer. So he's like, his world is outside of the tree. So like being stuck inside of the tree, being the master of the Adventurers Guild, and having to deal with all the politics and everything like that, he's like, I am not gonna miss this. I do not care about this shit. I miss my comrades, I miss going out, I miss fighting, I miss being a fucking badass. That's kind of how he feels about it.
These are the two most important questions that frame your character's voice.
Oh, really? So I know what frames my character's voice, then. See, this is why we do this, because like it's putting words to my ideas and making a structure that I can work with and be like, I know I have these things, but where do these things go? And what are the purpose of these things?
Try and answer them for your character. In The Handmaid's Tale, Offred longs for a time before the tyrannical Gilead, so her descriptive prose focuses on relics of the past. We slept in what had once been the gymnasium, for the games that were formerly played there. I looked up at the ceiling, tracing the foliage of the wreath. Today it makes me think of a hat that women used to wear at some period during the old days. But Offred is also a relatively passive character who doesn't revolt against the regime, so her descriptive focus isn't usually on threats, escape routes. She doesn't describe the war that she hears about. Contrast this with Spencer's perspective in Sanderson's Skyward, who is an active character and a fighter who sees the world through that lens. And a really relevant example for a lot of literature these days is that a mentally ill person is going to have a markedly different framing for what they focus on.
I love how he said that, because technically the Viceroy is mentally ill, but it's just the idea that when Anima took the Viceroy and the monarchy's minds over, Gaia knew that something was going to happen, and her contingency plan was to partition a small part of the Viceroy's mind, and it's like his good personality. And there's like a clash between the good personality and bad personality, but you don't know about the bad personality until the end of the first book, but it comes out in certain ways that make the character seem very odd. And you're not quite sure what the fuck is going on with this character. And it's almost like this character is senile. And then when it happens, you're like, oh my fucking god, are you kidding me? Ah, shit. Like, I want you to almost fall in love with his, like, childlike and like, innocent and naive approach toward things. Because he's literally spent his entire life being the Viceroy. And now he finally gets to leave the tree. And it's like, oh my god, I get to leave the tree. I get to go out and see what adventuring is actually like. What is the world actually like? And experiencing like, he's never experienced hunger before. Because you don't experience hunger inside the tree. He's never experienced fatigue before. You don't experience fatigue inside the tree. He's never experienced disease or injury, basically. Like, you can kind of injure yourself, but, like, disease-wise, no, not really. So, and it's like healing inside the tree is, like, pretty instant. So it's like, you know, you cut your hand open and it's healed within, like, 3 days, 4 days. Whereas, you know, outside the tree, that's a lot different. So, like, I want to almost have, like, a runway from the main city into Ifrit to, like, at the very base of the roots, and it's, like, the like, Adventurers Guild, like, medical station. And it's literally, like, that's where it's, like, if an adventurer is gonna die and they're in the area, you take them there. Because that's, like, they won't die if you take them there. Well, it takes a lot to make them die. And that's kind of the also brutality. I want to show that in the beginning, because that will, or like, you know, in the first quarter of the book, because that will show how actually brutal it was for Zaid to die. Because I want you to imagine what the fuck happened to him when you see the description of what his body looks like. And the fact that it feels like he just died. And it's like you were that fucking close to making it in time. And then all the things going backwards through the seconds, through the minutes of how could I have done this faster? How could I have gotten here faster? What could I have done to make this not happen? And that's just flooding through Husai's mind. And it's just like all of this guilt and pressure and just everything collapsing, just this weight collapsing down on his soul, crushing him and just demoralizing him and just utterly destroying his ideals and his presence. And then he becomes a groveling, like, almost hated character. Like, for a chapter or two, you're gonna be like, what the fuck happened to this guy? And then Varius and Gluttony turn it around with the play by immortalizing Zaid and causing Husai to confront this and get over it and realize that life is fucking brutal and he's been living in a fantasy for this long and he needs to pick up his fucking boots, strap on his fucking belt, and go fucking lead his goddamn people. And it's like that complete turning over moment that I want to portray. And it's all inside of his head too, because it's first person. So you're seeing instant by instant how he's going from point to point to point to point to point to get to where he is. So it's like looking from here, you're like, how did he get over there? But if you look individually, you see how far you can go. And one of the examples someone else used when I described this is like Breaking Bad. Look at the very first episode of Breaking Bad and the very last episode of Breaking Bad and look at Walter White. It's like, how the fuck do you go from this to this in that short amount of time? It's like that's the kind of chaos I want to ensue inside of this character with all of this structure and depth to his personality, right? And that will all be building up through his perception of the world.
Don't focus on or they miss to someone who isn't. Find biases that will frame your character's storytelling. In any given scene, find something they might focus on, something they might miss, something they might summarize instead of detailing, or something they might hide. And characters can also be unreliable.
Hide is another good one, because he is specifically hiding who he is and what his actual power is. And that's same with, like, why he feels so connected to the Warriors of Light, and he doesn't know why. And it's because they're the same way. They're holding back their power level. And he can sense that with them, but he doesn't understand that because he's never met anyone else like that besides the Viceroy. But the Viceroy is so good at it, he doesn't show it. Because his good personality literally doesn't know, and his bad personality is just really fucking good at it. Because he's had 10,000 years to do it and perfect it. Whereas the good personality is just, honestly, just an elderly man. You know?
Because as but mere mortals, they're lying to themselves, or they're just wrong. John Green's Paper Towns is packed with the internal monologue of Quentin thinking about another character, a girl called Margot. Now, because it's written from his perspective, he paints a picture of this girl for the reader, and the reveal at the end of the book is just how incorrect this imagining of her was. He was completely
I
wrong
love
about
that
her.
idea.
That degree of uncertainty is really interesting for a reader to engage with. And then on a more specific level, character voice is also about language. See, characters will use particular words, phrases, and analogies.
Yeah, like, Husai's very scientific. So it's like, from his perspective, it's almost like sci-fi. Like, that's how I want to write it, because of how he interacts with the world and stuff like that. It's very mathematical, it's very scientific, it's very logical, it's very grounded, it's very, what do I see, what is that, how did it get there, how can I manipulate it, kind of idea. And he's not exactly, let's say, a great imaginer. He doesn't have the greatest imagination. He just has certain underlying truths that he can seek out, such as how everyone communicates, why everyone knows the planet's name is Gaia, how, like, magic, consciousness, and the soulscape are connected because he can connect to the soulscape, and he's always been able to, but he doesn't know if other people can, and he can't tell anyone. So it's like he's isolated. So there's a lot of, like, feeling of isolation and loneliness with this character. And then as you're building up the party, it's starting to, like, abide. And then when Zaid dies, it all comes clashing back again. And it's like, oh, fuck. Here we go again. All over. And it's like, I need to spark that in my reader as almost a frustration of like, no, Husai, get up, man. You're stronger than this. You're better than this. Like, I know it's brutal and it's tough and it sucks, but everyone's counting on you, man. You gotta do this. And it's like, I want the reader to be so rooting for Husai, even in his darkest moments. But yeah, as far as language goes, he's very scientific. He's very logical and pattern-oriented.
To describe things in a way characteristic of them. In Skyward, Spencer sometimes uses language that has this battlefield mythic theme, with similes and metaphors that often draw on legends and stories. But it's also often about the word choice and sentence structure itself that colour first-person storytelling with character. In The Knife of Never Letting Go by Patrick Ness, more complicated words like education are spelled like this. This not only reminds us of how the protagonist Todd Hewitt never received a full education, but the fact that he can't read or write that well is a big insecurity for his character, and this literally puts that insecurity into the way the story is written. Language gives character voice because it indicates class, age, setting, and character. Find words or phrases that you're...
Like, he's not an old man, but he's definitely, like middle-aged, above middle-aged. Like, he's above 50, below 60, right? And, at least in, like, human, like, lifetime expectancy, because it's, like, 1.5, right? It's, like, 150 years, so it's, like, if you're like, you know, you're 100, you're actually, like, 75, right? So, he's, like, 75. So, he's, like, 55, 60-ish, somewhere around there. So he's well versed on the world. He has gone through he's gone from being an adventurer, almost to go, like, he literally had to make the decision of, do I go on the 100-year quest, or do I become the leader of the Adventurers Guild? And he chose to become the leader of the Adventurers Guild instead of go on the 100 Years quest, because he believed in the rest of his party. That's why this moment that he's finding the 100-Year quest video is so potent and important to the character, because he's like, this could have been me. And the scene of him picking up the Calm Sphere and looking at himself and not understanding what's going on is the Monarch morphing himself into Husai's form. But the problem is, because Husai is a much bigger size than everyone else, when Husai gives the Calm Sphere to Sid for analysis, Sid basically finds out that because of the dimensions of this person and Torg, it couldn't have been Husai, because Husai would be way, way bigger. So whoever this was using something like, again, illusionary magic to make them appear as if they were Husai. And that's very important, again, because that plays on the illusionary magic does not exist. Yet in these two cases, they seem to appear to exist. And that's a contradiction inside of Husai's head, that he can't figure this out.
Your character will use more often, and more importantly, particular.
So, like, comparing himself to the world and his views towards other characters is one of the main things that he does. This is how this character perceives the world. This is how I perceive the world. Where is the middle ground between these? And that's the vibe and the, like, essence I want to give off with Husai.
Analogies for metaphors or similes that they might use to tell the story, to do with maybe seasons, history, sexuality, nature. In the case of my book, the main...
And that's another thing, is like, I want the relationship between Husai and Hildebrandt to eventually mold into, like, the quintessential anime, like, you know these two characters are in love, but they're putting the world before themselves, and they know that the job that they have to accomplish does not allow them to be together until that job is done. So they're sacrificing their known love for each other in their duty to the world. And the best way I could describe this in the way that it's going to be presented is Hildebrandt is a crafter. She is mainly a crafter. And the way that she crafts gear for Husai, specifically for Husai, and how she handles his equipment and everything. It's like, if you ever watch Full Metal Alchemist, it's the way that Winry treats Ed's arm. As if that arm is an actual physical or biological part of his body. The care that she takes towards it. And, like, the emphasis that she puts on always carrying around her kit. So if she ever needs it in that moment, she has it. It's like, that's her way of showing her love for that character. And I want that to be the portrayal of this character, Hildebrandt, towards Husai. Is like, I know we can't be together, and it's probably too late anyways, because we're getting old. But just the way that we treat each other, the way we interact with each other, shows this deeper connection. And something more that they want out of it. But they know that they can't get that. And even without Husai going into deep, like, thought about it himself, like, it's just something he's never really thought of. It's just something that's in the back of his head, you know? And, like, a sentence here, a sentence there, a paragraph there, of him commenting, because he only notices, like, patterns, science, and logic, right? So he's not good at, like, emotions and stuff like that, right? So he just doesn't really pick up on this stuff. Like, he knows that she extremely cares for him and the way that she handles his gear and the way that she crafts for him, but he's never put it into, like, oh, it's love. Until it's, like, nearing the end kind of thing, and it's like, he's starting to now realize how much she means to him, and then reciprocating that through his logical assessment of other people's perspectives, and then swapping the perspective and being like, holy shit, maybe we're in love with each other, fuck. And then, you know, fucking everyone dies and shit, and then, you know, shit happens.
Main character uses physics.
So using, like, their Husai's understanding of the world and, like, placing all that together, it's like, I am confident with this kind of structure, and I have yet to find any holes.
Now, I said we were going to talk about Twilight, so let's talk about Twilight.
Never read it, but, you know,
Can't
hey.
believe I'm doing this. You've almost definitely heard that Bella is not a...
It's kind of one of those cultural things where it's like, oh, this is all of a sudden taboo for some reason because of some cultural outlaw outpour or something. Like, for instance, like listening to Michael Jackson. It's like, no matter what the person Michael Jackson did, he is a separate entity from his music. His music is just art. It's like, if we ever discover that Da Vinci was this horrible, awful person, we're not going to say he's any less of an artist because of it. You know? Or we shouldn't. We shouldn't degrade the art because of something we found out about the person. The art is a separate piece from the person. You can surely, like, boycott it and not like it because of that, but it's like, to hate on someone who does enjoy it is, I think, like, too far. So, I don't mind this cultural break of talking about something that, at the time, was culturally, like, taboo.
Particularly interesting first-person protagonist. Unlike Spencer, Todd Hewitt, or Offred, Bella doesn't really have any defining language, analogies, or vocabulary, and there isn't a strong subjectivity in her descriptions or her storytelling. She focuses on what moves the plot forward, and not what she would as a character, or if she had anything to focus on as a character. In other words, she doesn't really have a strong character voice, and it shows. There's never a distinct feeling that she is narrating the story in a sense that someone else would not tell the story the same way. A first-person story it may be, but there's not much person in the story. First person means you generally aren't able to wax poetically like a third-person writer might, but you get to make that up with an equally immersive character.
And that is exactly why we have a paladin/bard and a bard/scholar. Those are our poetic outlets in the story for plays, songs, poems, like just their overall dialogue and the way that both of the characters interact with each other that's completely separate from all the other characters because of their trade. And it's the same way with like how crafters interact with each other, how adventurers interact with each other, how the crystalline like citizens interact with each other. It's all based on their language that they use that has to do mainly with their craft. What's their job? What's their passion? What's their hobby? What do they do? And that'll be the vocabulary that they lean towards, right? So it's like bards being dancers, singers, songwriters, creatives in that general sense of entertainment. They leave, like they bring down or expand that narrowness that first person creates. So it's like any downside that something in the book has as far as the writing mechanisms, there is something story-wise or plot-wise that makes up for that essence. Like, for instance, being first person so you understand thoroughly how magic works, because it's very, very important to understand how magic works. As well as the language between each character to understand what that, like, being able to pick out, oh, this character's a crafter. It'd be like if you have two mechanics talking to each other. It's like a mechanic talking to a bookstore owner is not going to be the same as a mechanic talking to a mechanic. Just like an avid reader talking to a bookstore like owner or, you know, cashier or whatever, counter person, is going to be completely different than his interaction with a mechanic. So it's like using every idea I have is grounded and founded in a real world situation that I can draw parallels to and compare it to in order to make it fully strengthened. So it may seem like my ideas don't have holes in them, but the reason they generally don't have holes in them is because they're built off of a foundation in reality that allows those holes to just be filled by innate knowledge of existence and just human knowledge. And just things that are so obvious they are never pointed out. And when they're pointed out, it's awkward. Like, it gets really awkward in the book whenever Husai points out these true truths about the world, about why everyone can communicate, and why Gaia is the way it is. It's almost like a shadow comes over everyone and puts them in this like panic state of, wait, is he Could he be right? Is there things that are fucked in the world? And then it's like their minds have to basically like reset. And it's kind of this like out of mind, or out of sight, out of mind idea, where they have to be like, the truth is too powerful for them to grasp. That's like an underlying morality I want to play across the book, is that the truth is too powerful to grasp. And you can only grasp a small part of a greater truth. No one can fully grasp the entire greater truth, no matter how hard they try. Not even Gaia, not even Anima.
To voice. But Stephanie Meyer has neither the strong prose of a
I need a toke
third-person
though,
novel,
guys. Man, we've been
nor
talking
the unique
forever.
lens of a first-person one, rendering much
What
of
is
her
this?
writing.
We're 7.5 minutes in, and we're almost 2 hours into the stream, guys. I think we're going to break a new record for making a video. This is going to be 6 hours long.
kind of colorless, like a newscaster reporting on daily events. Greetings, welcome. This is the 6 o'clock news. Today my mother drove me to the airport with the windows rolled down. It was 75 degrees in Phoenix, the sky a perfect, cloudless blue. I was wearing my favorite shirt, a sleeveless white eyelet lace. I was wearing it as a farewell gesture. My carry-on item was a parka. Back to you, Jim. Yeah, that's a quote from the book. But hey, speaking of Robert Pattinson... okay. I have been trying for like half an hour to come up with a joke that connects Robert Pattinson to exposition, and I just can't. If you can think of one, let me know down below. Anyways, first person writing and exposition.
Oh, this is
Delivering
important. We were looking at exposition in a third-person narrative perspective last week, so I feel like we missed something here. But anyways, let's just go first person. Wait, did I skip one? Character voice. Language. Okay, so I see. This goes here. And then get rid of this. So character language, like adventurers talking to adventurers, like a mechanic talking to a mechanic. The terminology and references made match the scope / topics of the job itself. So like mages have completely different language than like supports, than tanks, than damage dealers. So it's like everyone has their own language around what their job is, and think of like a real life job, and then how would that person talk? How is that related to this, right? Like a crafter would be like a mechanic or an engineer or something like that, depending upon what phase of that you do, right? Okay, so we have that, and then we have character as far as Husai goes, and then we have first person and exposition. I don't know why that's not on here, but let's do first person and exposition.
Exposition is hard enough in any given perspective. Watch my 2 videos dedicated
I
to
have.
it. But first person adds an extra layer of difficulty.
Yep.
Because it can be jarring if your character goes out of their way to describe something that you would not expect them to, that they wouldn't usually.
And that's why having a lot of characters actually really, really works with this, because each character fills in a gap in their own way and gives even more depth and layer to everything as well, I find. It's like, you can think of it as a negative, but if you use it as a positive, it's fucking phenomenal. The things that you can do if you have those characters set up like chess pieces, essentially.
Usually mundane things like their day job, their clothes, how their house looks. or their physical description, leading to the cursed "I looked at myself in the mirror" scene at the start of way too many novels. One good way to solve this is with what I call the difference factor. In The Hunger Games, the first chapter has the characters dressing up formally for the Reaping, a big event in their society. And Collins writes, "Of course, let's put your hair up too," she says. I let her towel dry it and braid it up on my head. I can
Okay, this is kind of a thing too, because at the beginning of the book, after the first chapter is like Husai finds the video recording, and he's like, oh fuck, putting 2 and 2 together about the 100-year quest, and, you know, he could have been there, that could have been it, this is the thing, right? He sees the dragon, obviously that's a huge sign as well. And from what he knows, he recognized that as Fafnir. And then you go to the inauguration, and it's like the literally inauguration of the Viceroy. Like, this is like, aside from the monarch, this is the highest privilege, like, inauguration thing in government that there basically is. Most formal and, like, tree, like, bringing together, I guess you could say. Bringing everyone in the tree together. To the point that, like, it's not visual but audio. Audio is something we can work with in a medium, visual we can't. So basically I have like sound systems through COM pearls that allow them to project like these main events throughout the entire tree. So everyone can listen in to basically the inauguration speech and how everything's going on. This is also what causes a lot of panic and unrest later on, because of the events that happen at the end of the chapter. But having like different purposes, I think this is what he's getting at, is different purposes for different scenes in an aspect of how does this character and the atmosphere of that, like, you go from being in this nice, like, comfy place to being, oh, this is the worst place ever, to finally snapping back to reality, to being like, okay, I gotta go do my duty now. And it's like the entirety of the original description in the prologue of how Husai views the tree just like slowly degrades over time. It goes from this beautiful, great, majestic place to this lifeless, dreary husk that he needs to escape. And that just happens in like 3 chapters. So we'll see what he says about this.
I recognize myself in the cracked mirror that leans against the wall. "You look beautiful," says Prim in a hushed voice. "And nothing like myself," I say. Now, this is literally a first-person character describing themselves in a mirror. But it's not jarring because the description isn't focused on what is mundane and normal, but what is different. An elaborate, formal, tied-up braid that Katniss doesn't usually have. A character describing how something mundane sounds different, looks different, or means something different to them allows first-person narrators to explore things they usually wouldn't. So if there is something obvious, mundane, or uncharacteristic that you want them to talk about, consider how you might make it different so that they would. But
I guess a great example of this would be how Husai views like the members of his guild and like the adventurers themselves, and how he views the tree and like politics, the bureaucracy, and the things that he's basically been trapped in for like the last 20 years as the leader of the Adventurers Guild. At first he like didn't mind it, but then it was like it felt constricted and in place. So it's like the things that are different are his views towards the world changing and molding. So it's like Husai's mindset towards the world is constantly changing. Goes from mundane to scared to confused to empowered to taking charge. And it's like that all happens in like the first 4 chapters, and then he finally decides to, you know, leave the tree with the group and be like, okay, we're going out and we're getting this shit done.
You'll also notice in this passage that it really doesn't tell us that much explicitly about what Katniss looks like. A little bit about her hair, and that's it. And that's because of something called inference, where readers can...
And like, I can't believe I did. It's because I said it earlier. But the difference factor is also the fact that Husai is human. And there are no humans. The main race is octopi. Second and third are avians and insectoids. Husai is seeking the knowledge of who or what his species is, which is a birth of a I know what Katniss looks like. But that's the thing is, you don't know what Husai looks like. You know that he sees himself differently because of the way that he describes his own movements in his body and the way that other people describe his movements. So it's very, very subtle, but he pokes at people. Like, for instance, he's like a mage that's basically going to become a berserker kind of idea. And he goes from like a really tall skinny dude to like super buff like fucking He-Man. And his thing is he's ambidextrous, so his like main fighting stance is using a two-handed sword, but he swaps from left-handed to right-handed. And this swapping of stances essentially, like, no one can understand why they can't beat him. And his secret is his swapping of stances, which causes the edges of the blade to basically turn and fold in different directions. So depending upon how you're attacking from a certain way, it's like you attack like 2 clashes in the same way, but the second clash doesn't feel like the first clash because it's with a different thing. So you're expecting something, but something else happens, and you're just so confused when you're fighting him. And characters will express this to him, and he always will feign ignorance towards the characters, even though you know as the reader internally he knows what's going on. And he never specifically says what it is, but he says many different ways the trick that I use. If only they would watch my feet more. Perhaps the shifting of my hands would give it away. That kind of presentation is what I want to give with him. And it's almost cynical in a way of him being like, I wish someone would be able to figure out what the fuck I'm actually doing here. Because then maybe I would have a challenge. Something like that. You bet I'd watch the feet. Captain Cuck Chair. Wait till I get my feet cam. So, this is the plan, Captain Cuck Chair. That's pretty wild, though. Yeah, man. So, our next makeup stream, we're going to do a feet cam. I don't know when that's going to be, because I'm having fun with this shit. But, like, yes, that's real. It'll go, so, like, right, see where my mouse is? It'll go in that empty space, like, right underneath there. And there'll be a feet cam down there for my feet. For when I'm doing my makeup stream. That's wild. Hell yeah, that's wild, brew. That's the whole point of the makeup stream, is to go as far as we possibly can with it, because I fucking love it. It's like the ultimate satire, because it's like, it's satire, but it's not satire. I'm not doing it because, like, for the satirical reasons, but it does have underlines of satire, because I love the, like, way that society is now with trans shit. Even though I am just a cross-dresser. I am a dude who likes to look and feel pretty. So I put on makeup and I wear girls' clothes. Sometimes. But that's about it. And I actually have to redo my nails, because my nails are kind of dead right now. Like, kind of fucked. But it is what it is. I also have my toenails painted. But it is what it is, right? That's not the point. The point is story writing. And how good is our idea. And so far, yeah, like, we're nailing these things on the fucking... We're nailing things to the fucking cross.
Explicitly stated. First-person writers use inference a lot more than third-person writers, because the author doesn't have the same freedom to describe or tell you anything they want, just as the character's view of the world is very limited.
And this leads into my love of abstract writing, and the idea of, like, you creating a picture, and, like, not, like, almost extreme poetry. Like, replacing words with emotions. Like, I've set up a sentence in a way that you know what the next noun should be, and then replacing that noun with an emotion. And one of my favorite, like, examples of this is, warning, warning, spicy, spicy, he leaned in close and licked her desire. Powerful, evocative, you know exactly what I'm saying without me saying it. Right? Yeah, that is a very powerful tool. And it's super easy to do. People think it's hard, but just set up a sentence that you would infer what the next noun is, and then replace that noun with an emotion, an object, something, right? Maybe the sentence before, you personified an item, and then now you're going to use that item. And because of that personification, now you're going to call it what that personification was based off of. And it's like multiple ways of setting up your next inference from the reader. So, like, one of the things that I want the reader to infer is consciousness. Consciousness will never directly be addressed, but it will be an inference to the reader that consciousness is the reason for how magic works, because that's the circuit that's built inside of Husai's mind of how he uses magic. And the knowledge that he's not, if he does not do those specific things, then magic does not work in the way that you expect or want it to, at the level that he is at for a mage. Yo, Chief, what's cooking? Levi, welcome, welcome. We are cooking as shit. We got a raid from, I can never say the name. Eggsthage? Is it? Angsthace. So here, check out, whoops, ignore that one. There's a colon at the end of it. There you go. Go check her out. Or them out. Go check them out. They raided us. It was a good time. So again, anyone from their community that's still here, thank you for sticking around, and hopefully you're enjoying the content, because I enjoy their content. So, good stuff, right? That's what it's all about, building up the community and stuff like that, right? So, inference is consciousness is fundamental to magic. Have you seen the show Garth Mage's Dark Place? No, but that sounds interesting. I'll have to check it out. What is this? How have I not seen this? Yeah, how have I not seen this? This is like... Oh, it's Australian! Okay. that kind of makes sense. No, it's like, it says for the 2019 Australian horror anthology film, Dark Place. It's the film. That's what it says. But this one's, you know, like 1980s, right? That's why I'm like, I can't believe I haven't seen it. Like, I've seen, like, almost every movie from, like, the 70s, 80s, 90s. Like, I was in film school and stuff. Like, I studied specifically that era of film. So I'm surprised I have not heard of it or seen it. But I will have to check it out. That's fucking awesome. Oh, okay. No, it's presented really well then, because, yeah, no. Okay, that makes sense. It's like The Onion. You know the Onion, the Onion news channel? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Sounds awesome. Thanks for showing me that. If you like Rick and Morty, you will really like it. Oh, I fucking love Rick and Morty. The darker the humor, the greater the humor. The spaghetti episode was peak fucking, like, trolley problem. Peak fucking trolley problem. It was fucking amazing. It went all the fucking way. Like, that's what I love about it. They do not shit out. They have an idea. It's like, it's one thing to not go near an idea. I can respect keeping to an audience and not going near an idea. If you're writing for a younger audience, there are ideas you don't want to go near. You don't want to scare the shit out of the kid to the point that he has nightmares, and you don't want to traumatize them with, you know, other kinds of content. It's like, but not restricting yourself and knowing that this is your specific audience, especially for something like horror or parody, is like, for Rick and Morty, they have the idea, they follow through with the idea through its entirety, then they double down on that and go even fucking further with it, and it's fucking amazing. And it's like, if you can pull that off, that is what's truly great. And that's what I want, is like, it has all the bits, the humor, the dialogue, the interaction, the feelings, the emotion, the atmosphere, all encompassed in this fantastical world that throws you through these crazy situations that you thought you would never be in because the world is so fucked up and so different than you ever thought it could possibly be. All seen through the first-person eyes of Husai and his interactions. And I'm trying to remember what the second inference was. Use of language. Use of language for replacing said nouns. Replacing nouns with emotions. In order to evoke a stronger pull and like an actual tie to whatever that is.
So is the readers. Taking our Katniss example, it wouldn't make sense for her to go on a detailed spiel about how she looks, but just by being told that she looks nothing like herself here.
My favorite is the episode with the houseworms where they plant fake memories. Yes! Mr. Poopy Butthole! Because that episode video's a bit quiet. Oh, sorry, here, I'll turn it up. Mr. Poopy Butthole. That episode introduces Mr. Poopy Butthole. And he is such a, like, he is, I'm pretty sure he's going to be a core fundamental piece of the next couple seasons. It's going to be fucking amazing. I love it. He said he didn't want to see you. He said that he was sorry that you didn't have any bad memories of him? Peak fucking line, man. That line is so fucking good. It just breaks your fucking heart.
With a tied up braid, a dress, and very clean, the reader can infer what she might look like. Rough hands from work perhaps, sometimes dirty, wearing simple and comfortable clothes. A very real physical description without ever saying it. Likewise, inference applies to describing places or things in the world itself, because your narrator might not characteristically go into detail about something. So instead, you describe the small things and let readers imagine the large things. The small...
Yeah, like, for instance, like, I'm not going to give you the dimensions of the tree, but, like, you're going to understand the scope of how big the tree is once you get to Ifrit. And you start to realize the language used for the lighting of the area is a combination of the reflection of the lava reflecting off of the trunk of the tree and the sun reflecting down off of the leaves of the tree, creating this, like, dual shadow cast, like one that's almost coming straight down and one that's almost reflective in a line, spacing outwards from the tree. So, like, depending upon certain areas, and this will be very, like something that Husai pays attention to, is the shadows, and how it appears, like, for instance, like, this is how I wanted to present them entering the square. And it's like, the dazzling of the orange and yellow clashing, causing the scattered multitudes of shadows to portray a larger mass than there could have ever fit in this large open space. And it kind of makes it feel like, even though it's not completely packed with people, it's absolutely overflowing with this multitude of shadows because of how many lights are casting shadows in this place. Plus there's the fires around, so there's, like, all these different light sources creating these different shadows clashing with the same type of color. And this is important, that all of those colors come from fire. Fire itself, lava, and the sun. They're just different aspects of that, creating different shades of that color. And that's very, like, important because the name of the place is called Ifrit, which is the main city. And each city is based on that element that refers to that characteristic, right? In a Final Fantasy essence, right? Shiva is ice, Titan is earth, Leviathan is water, Ifrit is fire. Even though some of those are, like, more mythological in their aspects, I don't know how Shiva relates to ice on a, like, Indian Hindu, like, background. I don't know if that's an actual aspect of, like, Shiva, or if that is something that is more ingrained in Final Fantasy. But using that portrayal of fire for the lighting and the casting of it, like, insane amount of shadows to make it seem like it's cramped from shadows is kind of the essence I want to evoke. And then, like, looking over the horizon and seeing, not being able, like, looking to the horizon and not being, like, in every direction and not being able to see the edge of the tree. The edge of the canopy of the tree stretches so far that even on the outskirts of the city, you can't see the horizon. And only 3 out of 4 directions are there mountains. Even to the plains to the southeast, you still cannot see the horizon. The canopy of the tree goes too far. And when you're inside the tree, inside the palace, one of the scenes is, like, looking out of the tree, essentially. And it's, like, basically looking down from space. Like, seeing the entire side of the continent from this, like, super high up view. And just describing an essence of what this side of the continent looks like and its geological features. And it's just, like, things that Husai notices. And I'm going to add this as something that Husai picks up on. And it's because the reason for this is because he's spent his entire life almost trying to find out illusion magic, right? He's been studying how light works. So he is very curious in light and shadows. So he pays a lot of attention to shadows and how light casts across things and the multiple uses of light. It's almost like he's a cinematographer in an essence. And that's kind of something that I want to give across. So one of the things that he is like pays attention to, Husai, language, first person, exposition, Husai pays a lot of attention to shadows and light because of his background in trying to discover illusion magic and its connection to how light works. But he doesn't have enough knowledge to understand about quantum mechanics in order to put any of that into like real use, essentially.
All things are going to be very individual to
Oh, I
what
need
you're
another
going
toe.
to see that other people wouldn't. What I mean here is that a character might only describe one part of something, like one street in a city, and the key is controlling what your readers will...
Exactly, right? Like I was saying, I didn't even really describe the street. I just described the atmosphere about it. The fact that it felt cramped even though it wasn't, because of the lighting, because of how shadows are cast. It felt like you were being oppressed by multiple people because of how much was cast on you, essentially. That's the idea I want to evoke in it. And that's like a lack of lighting coming out of the tree. Because inside of the tree, there's basically no shadows. So coming into an area that has shadows is just something that Husai is very prominently like paying attention to. And just the way that shadows fall and light is cast. And I think that's a very powerful thing. Because that's giving you a tint of the world to go by. And then you just fill in the rest of the gaps. Like starting with something like sentence the market square, sentence intro. I don't know what those sentences would be. They would be build up. But that structure, I think, works really well for an introduction of the city for the first time when you're seeing something outside of the tree. And the bare description of the inside of the tree with, like, the lack of shadows and the pure of light and the, like, emptiness of not longing. It's like missing being hungry. Like, that's how I want to be able to describe it. It's like missing being hungry. It's like, because when you're hungry, you can eat, right? If you're full, you're like, well, I can't eat anymore. And it's like, oh, I really like eating, so eating's good. So it's like, I like to be hungry because then I can eat. So it's kind of like that idea of missing being hungry so you can eat more. Instead of, like, eating so much that you don't feel good. Okay.
Infer
Carry on.
from that description.
Oh, is Levi the video
What is
better
so
now, or should it be
freezing
louder?
high about the things around it, about the things that aren't described explicitly? Consider this passage from The Great Gatsby. My own house was an eyesore, but it was a small eyesore and it had been overlooked, so I had a view of the water, a partial view of my neighbor's lawn, and the consoling proximity of millionaires, all for $80 a month. Fitzgerald knew that his narrator's character voice would focus on how cheap it was, one part of this, but he doesn't just describe that his house was run down with a thatch roof and had broken cobblestones. Instead, he phrases it so that we infer how grand and beautiful the mansions are around it. Rapunzel might only describe a single tower of a castle, James Bond only the smell of cigarettes in a room, or Shrek how many onions there are at a dinner, and what they taste like, and how many layers they have. Did I go too far with that metaphor? In first-person description, pick an element that your character will focus on, and in phrasing that, consider what you want the audience to imagine and infer around that. Inference will be a bigger part of how your world and characters feel in film.
Exactly, right? Like, you need to think of the main structures in your head that physically need to be there in order for things to make sense. Other than that, leave everything to the person's imagination, and the more that you construct the world, the less you'll have to describe about things, because areas will be, like, the same, you know? Like, you come back to Ifrit, you're not going to have to re-describe it, but you can describe it in a different atmosphere, the same things. Like, when they go back to the tree, or even, like, in the beginning, in the epilogue, or the prologue, how Husai feels about the tree, how he describes being in this majestic place, to the very first chapter of his, like, fear and, like, anxiousness and uneasiness with the situation, and how he views the tree now as a suppressive force pressing down on him that he needs to get away from. And how that can happen so quickly with just information being given to you about the world. And that's how, like, his view of the world is expanded by that. And as he becomes an adventurer again and goes out into the world and notices how different the world is from what it was 50 years ago, is another thing. That contrast, that is inner self, like, holy crap, like, Ifrit's doubled in size. It hasn't quite increased in population, but it's, like, doubled in size. Shit like that.
First person. And to be clear, that isn't a bad thing. Sometimes the reader will imagine things way better than you will ever describe them. Isn't that right, Grindelwald, huh? This is also kind of the trick behind the unknowable horrors of Lovecraftian gods. Now, this doesn't mean that your character...
It's like things that are so fantastically grand that you can't grasp them. Like a being made out of a nebula of that scale, that its movement takes eons, but to it is mere seconds. So it's like essence can never truly grasp onto anything, because anything it reaches for, by the time it grasps onto it, it's gone.
They won't sometimes describe everything about a place or an event, but a lot of the time they won't. So inference is a good skill to develop. Thirdly, confiding in the reader. A third-person story might...
This is the one I've never thought about before, that I had at the beginning of this video when he was doing the, like, showing the outline, and I was, like, writing down for notes. And I was like, wait, confiding in the reader, oh my god, this is such a fourth wall break. Lovecraft actually does a pretty good job describing the monsters. People like to pretend he's evasive about the descriptions, but there's a solid chunk of info. I just mean the way that he presents it makes people, like, there's, like, it multiplies people's suspension of disbelief because it is so grand, that it can go way beyond the scope of even what they consider in their imagination. So I feel that it's more of the way that it's presented than it is the actual descriptions itself. And just, it goes too far for some people that can't grasp that grand of an idea. At least that's how I view it.
Might describe the insecurities or secrets of a character, but a first person...
Oh, what I was going to say about confiding in the reader. So this was an idea we had today. This is brand new. This is all brand new. I've never, ever thought about doing this before. But it just... This is how good the world building is, right? It instantly falls into place. So, Husai is going to be confiding in the reader as if he's talking to himself, right? And this will be like a separate thing from his normal inner dialogue and stuff like that. And it will be evident in chapter 3 what this is like, very subtly, if you pick up on it, him talking to Gaia. So it's like a fourth wall break where you as the reader are like, oh my god, is he talking to me? To then being like, oh, he's talking to that. I want that, like, moment of gaining knowledge, of being like, this whole time I thought he was talking to me, but he's talking to this entity that's like the direct, like, force, cause, creation of consciousness and intelligence. And it's like he is, like, tapped into this so much so that it's part, like, physically inside of him, essentially, in his mind. And it's like, I want to evoke this feeling of almost, what's the word? Arrogance. What are you talking about? No, Kizzy, no. I am talking about my book. I am writing a book based on Final Fantasy tropes. And I'm writing it in first person. So what we're doing is we're taking notes on comparisons between great writers' works and how they present first person and how I want to present first person to myself. And he brings up an idea about confiding in the reader. And I've never thought about that as a form of exposition to ask questions, because I want the reader to want to know the answer to those questions as badly as Husai does. It's like the reasons why Husai, the main character, wants to know these answers is going to align with the reason why the reader wants to know those answers. And then the reader follows along with Husai and is basically trapped in this encompassing, like, conversation where you feel that you're a part of the book. And then evocation of almost arrogance and ego in the essence when it's revealed that Husai is talking to basically Gaia, and Gaia is the force that's guiding him. And there'll be tiny, subtle hints that you might be able to pick up on, and then later on in the book when Gaia's revealed and everything, it'll be like a, oh fuck moment if you haven't realized by now. And it's like, oh my god, I thought the entire time he was talking to me! And it's like, well, he kinda is, because he's talking to consciousness, and if you're conscious, you're a part of that. And one of the things I want to evoke that I love in reading, and this is something do you like Bernard Cornwell books? See, I don't really read that much. What book would that be? Dude is blogging. Lifts, welcome to the room. Or the stream. My brain is on fire right now. Welcome to the stream, bro. How's it going? Saxon Tales. I've heard of that. Warlord, Saxon Stories, Grail Quest. Valiant Boy! Welcome, welcome. Are you lurking on Twitch, Valiant Boy? Well, this is cool. Yeah. See, I just don't have that much time to read. I wish I could. I'm rereading a Jonathan Stroud series, Bartimaeus, because it does first person and third person. First person from Bartimaeus and third person from Nathaniel. Oh, Valiant Boy, check it out. Writing, but not really reading, gang. Yeah. Last Kingdom from Netflix is based on the Saxon Tales. Oh, cool. I'll have to check it out. New emotes, boys. We got new emotes. But yeah, confiding in the reader and then the reader realizing at some point in time, oh my god, it was talking to Gaia the whole time. I am a retard. Thank you, Valiant Boy. Check it out. It broke.
It broke me.
I don't know. Like, it logged me out of Botrix, and then I reset it, and it did this. Remember when it did this before? When it, like, changed the voice? Because I'm normally on Ivy, but this isn't Ivy, and I don't know why it's so quiet. I can't change any of the settings. I don't fucking know. It's just borked. Can I call you names, too? Yes, you can call me whatever name you want. Like, here, in my stream, saying fuck you means hello. Or goodbye. Hi, John. Hi. And it's actually, you know what's funny about that? I'll bring this up right now. So this is the stream highlight from yesterday. So, March 16th stream highlight. So technically, this world is post-apocalyptic, and you do learn about that throughout the story. About the moon falling out of the sky, what the Monarch did, the war against the Beastmen, how it all started, and everything like that. I'll move my camera up. It's a high-quality heart. If you played, like, a video game, and you know how it has, like, damn it, where is it? Gear, like HQ gear. No, I can't find it. Is like I don't know where my scene is for that. It's heart +1. You know, it's upgraded. I mean, that's a very good thing to start with, because having just a base foundation of that is very powerful, especially if you have really, really good ideas. If you're really good at one thing that an audience can pick up on, it will carry you. I am relying on the fact that I have grand ideas that like, just flow, that people can attach to those ideas, and it's more about the ideas that I'm presenting to people. All of the perspective of all of my world building is through the eyes of my main character, and the discoveries that he's going to make throughout the book that evolve his understanding of what the world is. I just figured it out. Congratulations, Muffin. I'm glad. I'm gonna still call you Ox. Scotty is a funny name for you, though. It doesn't really matter to me what you call me, as long as you know that you're referring to me. See? I know. Yes! I was one step ahead of you, bro. I said this shit yesterday. If you go to the potty and then come back and say, I'm back, I'm gonna say, hello back. Yes! See, now you're talking. That is engagement right there. That's hilarious. You know what that deserves? Some tits. I broke my back. I'll let you break my back. So confiding in the reader. Husai talking to Gaia, but eventually the reader will understand Husai is not talking to them, he is talking to Gaia. And one of the things that, like, I want to be able to evoke in this is, like, you feeling along with Husai and being so in his mind that you kind of know what he's going to do, and then you can almost make yourself feel like you're that character. Like, I want it to almost feel like an interactive video game, in a way, of how it's written and how it's structured. Like an isekai anime that you just put yourself inside of. That's what I really want to go for with the first-person aspect of it. And so it'd be like in an anime, the exposition where it's like the character is just kind of like explaining how the world works or something like that, right? And it's like, it's just expected, right? And the way that you do it in this medium is more like almost easier in the first person perspective to a character if you have the support characters to facilitate the loss of scope that you lose by dedicating to only first person. But confiding in the reader, most important fucking thing.
The narrator uniquely chooses to trust the reader with their secrets directly, and that is a very...
Which would be an example of this is Husai saying to himself, I never truly understood. It's been something that I've asked many, for I have been near the young much of my life. What is the name of our planet? For all speak as one. One voice for all, no matter how small. As soon as they have a voice, they speak her name. Gaia. Or something like, I feel my mouth and the way my lips move, and I look at the others with their, like, a description of an octopi mouth. I'm not exactly sure, like, you know, like a circular kind of thing, like a suction, like, I don't know, suction cup with teeth kind of idea. That requires more research. Slurping and gurgling and guzzling. Or the twitching, slippery, slick tongues of octopi have beaks. Okay, I wasn't quite sure, but they're soft beaks, right? Really? The only hard part of an octopus. And that is the size that they're limited to for squeezing through a hole, right? Because I knew that like basically like the size of their mouth or whatever is the smallest point on their body, because it's the only point that's hard, right? The beak determines the minimum hole size for squeezing. Yes. Okay. I just didn't know why, but now that makes more sense. I was just typing when you said that. Yeah, see? And that's kind of one of the things too, again, is like if we can both come to the same conclusion with something at the same time, it's like that's how powerful that idea is, right? Like, I mentioned Quentin Tarantino when you say dialogue. It's like Marco Polo. And it just goes hand in hand. Okay, so it'd be like talking about this, like, it'd be kind of poking out of the back of their heads, right? Because if I think about how the octopi is, like, think of, like, its head, right? So its eyes are here, but it's actually technically upside down. So its gullet is going down like this, like its brain on top of its head, like, you know, the puffer part, which is technically its lungs and shit. And then that's essentially what its body is. And then its eyes are, like, up here, and its mouth is on the back of its head. And then its arms kind of come over like this, and the rest of its arms are braided together on the ground to be able to facilitate easy movement. And for avians, like, they're slithering as a snake kind of thing. But the way that Husai describes the different, like, species, and, like, it's like the slithering, slippering, like, extended tongues and detached beaks and inflated gullets to silver flakes of, I don't know how to turn that one. I was trying to think of, like, how do you turn flapping your wings and the idea of the sound coming out of the wings being like stardust falling off of the wings, and it's like the reverberation of the wings causing sound waves pictured as stardust flying through the air. That one will take some time to, like, get the wording of it properly, but kind of imagine something like that. That's how, like, Husai is speaking about the different species. And then he says to himself, right, like, how do all of these different mechanisms... You're distracting and talking. You ain't never going to finish this vid. How far are we into the stream? We're only 2 hours and 49 minutes, and we're at 13 minutes out of 21. We can still go for another 3 hours. Don't worry about distracting. The video's always going to be there. You guys aren't always going to be there. It's better for the interactions, right? Plus, it fleshes out the story more and gives me more in-depth and more time to talk about it, more ideas to spread across. Give you my ideas, see what you guys think of them, change them, modify them, throw them back at me, take them, and fucking use them for yourselves. I don't give a fuck. I think it's all amazing. But thinking to himself, how do all of these different species communicate so perfectly? Thinking about, like, the Beastmen, like the Sahagin, the bunny people, the freaking turtle people. It's like, how do all of these species with completely different functional ears and mouths, let alone the insectoids who use their wings, how can they all communicate together? It just doesn't make any sense. So, like, these were questions he would pose to the reader, which would be to Gaia. Right? Bunny people, functional mouths. Woo! Yep, pretty much, right? You gotta have bunny people. Because everyone loves a good furry, right? Because remember, Husai's the only human. So, all the Beastmen are, like, I think, okay, think about this. The bunny people are more like kangaroos. Yes, this is for my story, for my book. This is all world building ideas and, like, comparisons of, like, structure of the world building, the lore, and the introduction and, like, presentation of this character. Because what I'm trying now is, like, how do, like, is my presentation in first person of this character correct? And so far, we've hit every point. Here, I'll show you the notes we have so far. So we've got the psychic distance. The distance your mind, the reader, is from the mind of the character you're portraying. So the distance between the reader's mind and the character's mind. Psychological. Internal struggle of Husai and his need to know about what humans are and why he is the only human. His inner struggle with... I didn't finish this note. Inner struggle... and character interaction for plot development. Sees the world from one perspective, but considers others' perspective. So one of the things that he does, since he's logical and scientific and stuff, is he can see people, like, through people's eyes, basically. He's really good at putting himself in other people's perspectives and detaching from, like, an emotional set and being like, well, what would this person do in this instance due to these, like, ramifications of forehand, right? And he's like, well, if this happened to me, I'd do this, this, and this, but that's probably not what a normal person would do. They'd probably do this, this, and this. So he's very big on perspective and getting other people to share their perspective about the world. And, like, tipping off, like, he's really good at interrogating people without realizing that he's interrogating them for a certain set of information. It'll just be, like, offhand comments. It'll be like, oh yeah, this and this. And you just completely let your guard down to just give out information that you don't expect to be used in any way, right? Like randomly saying, yo, guys, what's the name of the planet again? And they're all like, Gaia? And it's like, see, exactly. And they're like, exactly what? And he's just like, don't worry about it, guys. It's okay. And then, you know, like in a conversation about this experiment that he just tried about Gaia, right? And about everyone's, like, you know, and then he's like, well, maybe I should stop doing kind of stuff like this because what's the perspective of other people looking towards me, being like, this guy kind of looks like he's crazy. And then he looks over at the Viceroy, and then he's like, nah, that guy's crazy. Fuck it. And then, like, first person and soft magic building, or soft magic in the world. And this was, like, the idea of, like, for instance, example is... imagine being inside of Gandalf's... Is it? I can't spell. I just gotta make sure. It is. I'm right. I was like, is his name actually in there? Being inside Gandalf's head while he's researching everything at the beginning of the book, looking to see about the One Ring. It would kind of break everything, because you'd have to know all these intricate things about Gandalf's mind, right? And him reading and making discoveries, as opposed to just, like, enacting knowledge that you would assume, and he does all this through magic, right? So then you'd have to know how magic works. Whereas in my case, I have a strong, intricate magic with rules. Extremely solid rules. Literally, you have to make a circuit. It's like making an electrical circuit. If you don't have all the pieces in place, it will not produce the electricity. And your mana / life force is the battery for that electricity. And the electricity itself is the catalyst that brings whatever your element of imagining that you want into the real world. And the strength of that is how much it takes from the battery. So if you want to make a lot of fire, it's going to take a lot. If you want to use a catalyst of something in the real world with a spark to make a lot of fire and then control that fire, it's a lot different. So knowing about science and knowing about stuff and how the world works makes you a better mage. Developing character voice. This is just all overarching, like a narrator. So Husai doesn't have the full picture. He seeks for it, though. He doesn't care about the tree or politics, and he misses his friends, and he misses adventuring. Character voice and language. Adventurers talking to adventurers. Like the idea of like this is where I root all of my ideas in reality with something. So like think of like how a mechanic talks to another mechanic, how a bartender talks to another bartender, how an electrician talks to another electrician. You know, how does a dad talk to another dad? How does a mom talk to another mom? Like these are the examples that you should draw from of how to structure how people talk and the language that people use between certain interactions of people of certain classes that share their hobbies and know intricate knowledge of their trade that they can use. And that's for like crafters, adventurers, citizens, beastmen, mages, melees, tanks, like everything will have like inner layers of circles, like getting tighter and tighter until it's like literally your job, personality, and like everything that ties your character together matches with like another character, and it's just like all of this beautiful layered like epicness. That's what I want to portray. And then so like mechanic talking about terminology and references made match the scope topics of the job itself. Character voice. Husai is very specific, logical, pattern oriented. First person exposition. Husai pays a lot of attention to shadows and light because of his background trying to discover illusion magic and its connection to how light works. And he's always trying to pay attention to how light falls and casts shadows and how it manipulates itself, how it clashes with itself, how it can destroy shadows like in the tree where there's no shadows no matter what light source you have. It just seems like shadows don't exist in the tree. And he's very fascinated by this because he thinks he can use it to his advantage to create illusion magic because he knows it exists because he knows people don't see him the way that he is. The difference factor. Husai is human, and there are no humans in the main race. It's octopi, second and third are avians and insectoids. Welcome back, Valiant Boy! Husai is seeking the knowledge of who or what his species is. And he is an embodiment of a celestial being, essentially. Through Gaia's infusion and work with the good side of the Viceroy's brain, implanting slowly to create this genetic manipulation to create a character or create a species that could be her vessel. So when you find out why Husai is what he is, and you understand why he's talking to himself, which feels like he's talking to the reader, but he's actually talking to Gaia, who is the entirety of consciousness combined on this planet, right? So then it feels like this scope, that's what I was going to say before, was the scope of when I'm reading, I like to feel that something might be historical. Like, there is the possibility that this happened in our universe. Like Star Wars. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, right? It makes you feel like it's a possibility of existing in this reality, just not now. And not in this place. And I want to evoke that kind of feeling that this could be out there somewhere happening right now. It's just as plausible as, the infinite universe. I don't know how to turn that word, like infiniteness of the universe, right? Like the scope of that is just almost impossible to comprehend because infinite itself is such an odd concept that it can compound on itself, you know, like an infinite amount of infinites. How many infinites can you add to infinite before you have infinite infinites, right? And you could just keep adding infinity on top of infinity because it's a concept for a number. It's not an actual number. Husai's mindset towards the world is constantly changing, goes from mundane to scared, confused, empowered, taking charge. Inference. Consciousness is fundamental to magic. Use of language for replacing nouns with emotions. Feeling of missing being hungry. Like certain things that like you don't... It would be very weird to say them. But they're things that everyone thinks. Like, if you like eating food, then on a fundamental level, you like being hungry because that means that you can eat food. And that's kind of like where I try to draw everything from, is like, what is the lowest common denominator possible for this idea? And then how do I build off of that so that it can always be broken back down to this unspoken idea that if someone said to you, you'd laugh at how ridiculous it was and how true it was, right? Like, what does thinking about the idea of the feeling of missing being hungry evoke in you? And that's the feeling of trying to get, like, and hungry could be anything. Hungry for knowledge, right? Hungry for power. Hungry for anything. It's just that feeling. And it's like when satisfaction hits you and you're finally at your destination, you forget how great the journey was. And that is a huge concept that I want to like portray in the book, especially at how the book ends. Special tool, confiding in the reader. That's how far we got. Husai talking to Gaia, but eventually the reader will understand Husai is not talking to them. He is talking to Gaia. And now we're on to the medium. But yeah, these are the notes I've been taking. Because I decided to take notes this time instead of just not taking notes.
A different dynamic. You can show the difference between the character's internal life and how they present to others through revealing insights such as hopes, fears, prejudices, and regrets that your character might not be so quick to admit in their dialogue. In essence, your character's internal narrative builds a secondary dialogue that only your readers are meant to hear. For example, one of the opening lines in...
And there's going to be distinctions between, like, the homunculus in your head, right? There's, like... Because this is how I think about reality. There's, like, the 3 levels, right? Technically 4 if you want to bring physicalness, but we're just talking, like, conscious thinking thought levels, right? You've got, like, your initial, like, baseline for this is the concept that you... Like, gravity, for instance. It's a baseline. It's a fundamental. Then you get, like, a higher level, which would be, like, a manipulation factor, like making something like a bong and understanding how to manipulate the world in order to create the outcome that you want to get this powder to a I guess it would be a gaseous state, right? Smoke would be like a gaseous state. And then into your lungs, right? And it's like the catalyst to do that. And that's what's really like building off of it. And then the next step would be the complete functional understanding of like the entire process of everything, right? So you'd need to get to the highest level of intelligence to be able to comprehend those levels, right? And with Husai, he's at that level because he's been a mage and scientist and like just all around he's built to be intelligent like that with genetic manipulation, right?
what remains of Edith Finch is, "My brother Milton disappeared when I was 4. It was like the house just swallowed him up." Her first line here is choosing to confide in the reader about a family tragedy. There's a vulnerability that comes with that, and you can't help but want to be there to listen when this person wants to confide in you. And
Never
that's what
played this
first-person
game.
stories can do. Confessions make for great opening lines and facilitate that uniquely personal relationship between character and reader. What this means is that
Another thing I like about this channel is it's more about storytelling than it is about, like, writing a book or writing a novel. It's about portraying a story. So the mediums that he uses, for example, such as using, like, the storytelling in video games, the storytelling in short stories, the storytelling in different books by different authors with different ways. It's like movies, stuff like that. Like, expressing things, like, of course you have to stick to your medium, right? But expressing those things through different mediums to get how a story is
there's
created
really
to
kind
get
of
across,
two narratives
I
in
think is
first-person
amazing.
stories that you really can't get in third person. And that's awesome, so use it. Consider finding something your narrator can confide in the reader about in your first chapter that helps set the
100-year quest. I was supposed to be there. I'm the leader of the Adventurers Guild. Boom. That's it. These are things that he needs to confide in the people, because there's not really anyone, like, left alive from that era other than, like, his friends that are, like, the leaders of the factions and stuff. But it's like, and the Viceroy, and, well, technically, because of the Viceroy being inaugurated, the monarch just died. So this is kind of a nuanced, like, backstory thing. But yeah, when the monarch, when the monarch's father dies, the Viceroy is inaugurated and steps down. And then when the Viceroy's dad dies, the monarch steps down and his son takes over. And then at some period in time, they basically fake their deaths, kill their sons, become their sons, and then take their sons' wives. And they've been doing this for like 3,000 years. But no one knows this. Because they have an ability that no one else has, which is the camouflage ability of an octopi. And with genetic engineering, its ability to morph its size, shape, color, everything. Voice. And get inside the head and mannerisms, because they're controlled by Anima, and Anima is a consciousness being. So he can get inside of minds and infect minds. But he's just keeping himself encased inside of the Monarch and the Viceroy, because it's the easiest way and it's the best way to keep his power in check, essentially. Because the more he spreads to, and then he loses it, and like things go into a frenzy, and that's a possibility for things to happen in the second book, but we don't know if the frenzy is going to be a thing or not. So yeah, finding things to confide in the narrator that he's like could have been in this situation, that, you know, this completely throws everything around. Like, now he knows what happened to his friends from back in the day, essentially, but he's like, who the fuck is this? Because he was looking at himself and he's like, that's not me, but what the fuck? So it's like he's just like thrown and confused and fucked, and he's like, he's got nowhere to turn, so he turns to the reader to confide his anxiety and then his fears and kind of piecing things together. And then Zaid knocks on the door, and then he's like, oh fuck, we gotta go to the inauguration.
Stage for the rest of the story. Fourthly, the importance of first-person medium. Character voice is about who is writing this, but medium is about
Oh, and like one like thing is like the presentation of the book is as if you had picked up the journal of the person who experienced this, but more in a more narrative form. But that's the idea to evoke, is that this is some person's diary of the experiences that they had in their life. And the life that they lived. And the people that they knew, and the places that they went. And it feels almost tangible. That's what I want to evoke. Why are they writing it? Because they don't survive. They join, in the end, all consciousness at the end basically joins back to the celestial being that it was born from. And when that celestial being dies, that goes to the entire, like, universal scale of, like, consciousness, right? Of the everything consciousness that's never even touched on or discussed, but has philosophical and theological, like, concepts that could be derived from interrogating the information further and evoking on it its own rules and expanding those out. It should come to the conclusion that there is a universal consciousness, as well as a galactic consciousness, as well as a, like, planetary consciousness, right? And you can keep breaking consciousness down into smaller bits until you have, like, a finite amount of consciousness. And that's, like, normal species, like animals, right? Like, they don't have true imagination and manipulation. I mean, what would happen if you, like, I don't know, the concept of you give a dog a human hand. Like, if you transferred a human's brain or dog's brain to a human's body, what would the, you know, with its ability to manipulate things and stuff like that. But it's like, still, things are not, like, some things are, but in a different way as far as instincts go and stuff like that. Like, I'm just thinking about, like, a cat or something like that, right? So, but anyways, the reason why they're writing it is to inform of their legacy. So, why are they writing it? To inform others of the truth about the world. Because that's what he's all about, is learning the truth. So he's writing this diary in an essence as his experiences of finding the truth and underlying rules and laws about the world and how the world works and why it is the way that it is. Alright, what's B?
Why they are writing it, and B, the method in which they are doing so.
The method is transmission through consciousness. So it'd be like, it's not the best, but, you know, somebody channeled the consciousness of someone and then wrote this book. Or because of the collective of consciousness, these ideas and this person's, like, this is how I think of ideas too, is any thought is put out there, and then people can pick up those thoughts, and thoughts mingle and web and go together, and then people pick up on those, and it's like sending out like a Wi-Fi signal of your thoughts, right? And then that shit just mingles and fucks and just kind of... And that's like the overarching part of consciousness that brings you together. And that's like the collective. And that's why there's such a collective, like, almost gravitic pull to be, like, on the side of the consensus of the public. And, like, mob mentality and stuff like that. And it's like, I think of that as, like, gravity. It's almost a physical effect. So it's like the medium through which he's using to tell this story is consciousness. And that's where the inference that consciousness is fundamental is, like, so very ingrained in it that even this consciousness from these beings from this book could be a part of collective consciousness in reality. And I love that idea.
Last Time We Say Goodbye by Cynthia Hand eventually reveals that the book is written as part of a character's therapy after blaming herself for the loss of her brother, which is why the character writes so purposefully to confront her difficult emotions, and the ending is framed as her trying to come to peace with it all. Just like character voice will change what they focus on or exclude, so will why they are writing it. Likewise, The Handmaid's Tale is revealed to be a series of audio recordings, which is why the narrative is loose, meandering, and conversational, often going on random tangents. In The Name of the Wind, Kvothe is recounting his legendary tales as a bard with music. So, it's not really surprising that it has incredibly poetic prose that first-person narratives don't usually have. Just like character voice and the why change how it's written, so will the medium. Lastly, basic techniques. Now, a lot of other people have covered this before, so I didn't want to focus on it. But two really good tips to remember that I found helpful are A, remove filter words.
Filter words. Alright. I'm like trying to think what that would mean. I have no idea.
Words put what we talked about before, psychic distance between the reader and the character, reminding them that they are actually being told a story. There are words like imagined, saw, felt, touched. Consider this passage from, Twilight. I felt Emmett stiffen next to me, and I wondered at his reaction to the word. It meant something more to the three of them. Now let's rephrase it. Emmett stiffened next to me, a strange reaction to the word. It meant something more to the three of them. By removing the filter words felt and wondered, the reader really feels like they're more there, and the sentences carry more of a punch. We also don't need Bella to tell us that she wondered about the word. It's clear from the context.
Yeah, like, he's not gonna say to himself, I saw this, right? Or I heard this. It's already presented. So, filter words. It's like earlier when I was talking about things that are like, when you mention them, they feel unnatural. Mention that feel unnatural because they are so basic. You shouldn't need to say them. The fire was hot. Well, no shit, the fire was hot, bro. Now, if you said the fire was cold, there's a reason for that, right? It's like I can think of two. First one is like maybe you're numb. And I could see burning being a cold sensation if your hand was like numb, let's say. From like anesthesia or something like that, or like a allergic reaction to something, or something like that, and then heat felt like cold. I could see something like that, right? Or it's just magic fire. But either way, using something like that to create that rounded idea and shorten sentence structure. The heat from the fire had X effect on me, instead of the fire burned, right? You're gonna say like a physical effect, like I put my hand to the flame, the skin seared and boiled. I could see the muscles separating from the bone. I removed my hand from the fire. Jocelyn looked over at me, said, you're a tough fuck, bro. I looked at my hand as the skin began to peel back and rejuvenate itself. The blood dripping from my hand didn't feel like my own anymore. I clasped my hand closed, staring at my rejuvenated hand. Why do you play these fucking tricks? And that's, you know, kind of a scene of like a masochist putting his hand into a fire because he knows there's a healer next to him, and then the healer heals his hand. Or something like that, you know? Like someone purposefully injuring themselves because they know the other guy can instantly heal them. And being like, I'm just testing you, bro. Oh, here, fix it, you fuck. Something like that. Like, there's definitely going to be interactions like that in the book. Like, especially, like, in the first chapter, like, Torg basically gets hit with a fireball, and the mage and, like, the tanks and stuff who are supposed to, like, block that from happening are laughing at him because he got hit. And then the mage walks up and says, it's nothing a spit shine can't fix, and then heals him. And it's like, Torg's just like, for fuck's sakes, man, you guys are assholes. But it's like that kind of character interaction. And that's between characters that are instantly going to die in the first chapter. But they need to have the idea, a depth to them, so you feel like it's going somewhere. Because my hardest problem with books is getting through the first chapter.
That she already is. Secondly, use the implied I. In first person, I is the dominant pronoun, but using it too much can be repetitive and jarring for the reader. So, remove it. And to take another example from Twilight, instead of writing, after I brush my teeth, I work to straighten out the tangled chaos that was my hair, I splash my face with cold water.
Something like... I can't make it elegant.
Right. After brushing my teeth, I splash my face with cold water and work to straighten out the tangled chaos of my hair. The I here is implied where it isn't used, and the sentence flows more.
Yeah, and it's like a lot of times, like, the easiest thing to do is say, what was the last sentence that I wrote, and what did that sentence infer would be the next sentence? Did it close off a topic? Does this need to be a new paragraph? Yeah, that was almost exactly how I was going to type that out. I was thinking something like combining them all into like you know, like brushing my teeth. But I'm changing the tense. The problem is I'm changing the tense. Because I'd be like, brushing my teeth. No, I'd be like, yeah, I don't know. Because it'd be, I guess it would be like, the cold water splashed my face after brushing my teeth. New sentence. The tangled chaos of my hair was a struggle to straighten. Yeah, and then, but that's the problem is, right, I reordered it, so I removed, not only do I change the tense, but I reordered it. So it was just bad. So I was like, it's not elegant at all. I was trying to make it elegant, whereas I could have just done what, like, you know, just removed the extra ones there. Being like, after brushing my teeth, comma, splashing my face with cold water, I worked to straighten out the tangled mess that was the chaos of my hair. So it's like, it's just putting the I in a different place. But it's also combining splashing your face and brushing your teeth instead of splashing your face and untangling your hair. So it kind of also changes the meaning of the sentence and the order of events. So that's another thing to keep in as an idea, right?
But before we get into the summary, I want to tell you about Nebula, a video platform made by and for creators, and I am a part of it, alongside other people like Lindsay Ellis, Tiezo, and Lessons from the Screenplay. It helps support us all, and I know how. You
3.5 hours into the stream, bro, and we haven't even done the outline. We have a story to write today, guys. We got a story to write today. I'm fucking so excited.
Came by Earth a few years
It's
ago,
such a good idea.
And the theories around it, because I'm just conspiratorial enough to love stories about things like this and how weird and wonderful they may be. Normally, Curiosity Stream is $2.99 a month, but if you go to you'll get Curiosity Stream and Nebula for free for a month. Go and check it out down below. Now, in summary of all of the awesome stuff that we've talked about today,
Fuck that.
one,
If you give me a free trial that doesn't require me to sign up,
distance of any perspective, but you give up the ability to tell the story however you like.
So,
just as the characters.
So you add more characters that facilitate the downfalls of the first-person perspective, such as the loss of poetic language you make up for by having a bard, the logical and structured science that you believe in is countered by like the innocent naiveness of a political leader. Just a couple of examples. Naivety. English, hard, bad, no. But the Viceroy is another underlying factor. So imagine this. Husai is the opposite, or the Viceroy. It's such a fun language to write in. It has a lot of depth because it is an amalgamation of a lot of different languages. We like that, we take it, and it is now an English word. You know? We're just really good at doing that. We're good at turning nouns into verbs. We're really good at doing that. But the Viceroy is like the opposite of Husai. So Husai is trying to figure out who he is because he knows that he can't tell people, right? Well, the Viceroy also knows that he can't tell people, but since he's the good Viceroy now, the good part of his brain, the last thing he remembers is being on the submarine with the Monarch, investigating the anomalous energy source at the bottom of the ocean. And now it's like 10,000 years later, and he's walking on land in a magical society, not an underwater, like Atlantis-style, super advanced technological society of octopi. And his fascination with the world is this complete change, but it's like this oxymoron in his brain, where it's like between the good and the bad, where it's so fantastical that he can't like facilitate the cognitive process of like differentiating between that, right? So it's almost like a forced dementia where his brain can't handle the change, and it's just too much trauma, so it shields itself by just accepting the fact that it's there and ignoring the how it got to be there. And that's kind of how the Viceroy is. So he almost seems senile.
Perspective is limited, so is the reader's. It is best suited to psychological stories or those with a single central character. Secondly, develop a strong character voice by asking what your characters focus on, miss, and which words, phrases, or metaphorical analogies they would characteristically use. This unique lens...
That's why, like, when we've been doing the stories, I don't know if you guys picked this up, but when we were doing and I've talked about it before though, when we were doing the stories for, what was it? Where is it? Not that one. This one. Sunken Depths. I think this is it. No. But it's like they're ship based, like navigational, like pirates or something like that, and using analogies that have to do with being a sailor, right? So it's like Husai's a scholar and a scientist, so he uses scientific language and scholarly language, and he's very logical. And other characters counter him for that because they're like, you know, stop being so uptight all the time about like how you talk and stuff. And he's like, I don't know, it's just not how I am, kind of idea. And it's like, those aren't the kind of things that he pays attention nor cares about. He doesn't care about like being polite or impolite. He's just always the way that he is, which is like, he just respects people. If he respects you, he's going to treat you politely. You don't need to say anything about it. It's not like he's going to treat anyone any differently. It's just he notices that other people do it. Like I said, he is very much paying attention. Are the bunny people a self-insert? No, Husai's a self-insert. Have you not noticed? Trying to understand the world. Super scientific. Like, seeking a greater truth to the world. Thought that was obvious. No, the bunny people are like kangaroos. I will never write a self-insert. Well, how do I say it? It's taking the one aspect that I know in real life, which is my mind. So I'm using my mind as a template for Husai, so that it's very grounded. Every book is a self-insert, really. Yeah, but it's like, it's the difference between making a specific character that you're trying to put in this, like, let's say, super, like, fucked up situations so that they can come out the hero in it, so you can make yourself feel good about your life. And it truly comes across in the writing, that, like, grandiose, like, self-important feel to it. And I do not want to give that across. I want my curiosity. That's all I want. Take my curiosity, put that into Husai, and use that curiosity to draw people in and capture them with that curiosity. And then present to them the questions that invoke that curiosity to make them go, holy shit, I actually wonder about that. I've never thought about it that way before. Damn, that's a good point. You know, that kind of shit. Where it's like, you always break the fourth wall yourself with the ideas that are being presented at you. Where it's like, oh, I would have never thought to do that in that situation. And I think of this as like a great example. I just thought of this. A great example of that is, you ever watched Nanatsu no Taisen, Seven Deadly Sins? At one point in time, there's like this like magic cast on one of the characters, and it's like this basically riddle of, oh, if you fight, you die. But the only way is to fight. But the character doesn't fight, they run away. So everyone thinks that basically the character is dead, is never going to wake up again because of this spell. And then the character wakes up because they didn't choose to fight. And the people who made the spell never assumed that anyone would run away. They just assumed people would fight and die, and then the spell would kill them in real life. And I always thought that was a really cool concept. That doing something outside of the scope of what people think is possible, but once they see it, they completely go, oh, well, why didn't I think of that? It's like sliced bread. It's like, well, why the hell didn't we think about that? You know? We've been doing buns. We need to be doing sliced bread, right? It's like I was saying yesterday, it's the invoking of a new way of using an old idea. Just the same way as, like, using an idea for storytelling.
Ensures the story is being told in...
And Husai is very, like, comparative to his science and his science degree and all about illusions and, like, trying to figure out how light works. So he's very, like I said, he's very particular about shadows and describing how light falls, how shadows fall, and how they interact with the world and mold together, as if he's only looking at the shadows of people. He's not looking at the people themselves, as if he's looking through them. I want to kind of give that vibe to it, where he's like, I don't just see you, I see through you. But not in, like, a weird way, just in a, like, all-encompassing way, where it's like, I see all the dimensions of your reality, and putting myself into the perspective. And, because that's another thing, is he's great at putting himself in other people's shoes, essentially. So, his just idea of seeing things from multiple angles just goes super well with, like, lighting. And it doesn't hurt the fact that I took cinematography.
in a way that only that character could. Thirdly, use the difference factor to get first-person narrators describing mundane things that they would not usually. Consider what you want readers to infer from the limited descriptions that your character might give.
So, like, Husai being human and the difference between the species and the way that they handle things. Like, the way that something grips, the way that someone moves, small things like that you wouldn't normally point out, but they need to be said to people because of the way that things work in the world and the species themselves, the fact that they're not human.
Fourthly, confiding in the reader is a first-person tool that establishes a unique dynamic of trust between character and reader.
And then we're going to
Cannot
break
tell
that
them when
trust.
to listen. Confessions also make for
It's gonna
fantastic
be great.
opening lines. Fifthly, why someone is giving the first-person account and the medium in which they do it will also
Consciousness
affect how it is
and
presented,
to
phrased,
tell the
its
tale
focus. And lastly,
Gaia.
remove filter words that damage the psychic distance between the reader and character. Use the implied I to make sentences punchier and flow more smoothly. And like Bella realizing that Jacob has a thing for her newborn baby, I am out of here. If you want to support this kind of educational content, then my
I have
Patreon
no
is
idea what he
available.
said at the end there, but I kind of don't want to. Alright, are you guys ready? I think we're going to skip the Reddit stories, because we're already 3 hours and 40 minutes into the stream. So... Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. We're good. I want a perspective. That's what I want out of this story. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So, today's story. I guess we can move this one over here for now. Are you guys ready for this? Are you guys ready? Okay. So the idea is a crazy woman who is hallucinating that she is in a fantastical world where a pumpkin has turned into carriage Siege, right? Cinderella. Cinderella. And she has fancy clothes. She is heading towards a large palace, passing through a courtyard of cherry blossom trees. Are you going to collab with DIR? DIR? Sir Levi again at some point. Oh, with Sir Levi. I mean, if he wants to, yeah. But like we both said, like, you can't always do a collab. Like, you gotta do your own stuff, right? So it's like, you know, especially, it's good to collab when you really don't have anything to do and you plan it and stuff, right? We've got to kill those Royal Titans together. Yeah. Man, this got loud fast. Okay, let's try that. Okay. Through a courtyard of cherry blossom trees in this carriage. Pulled by horses made out of snow. And then she woke up and it was all a dream? Nope. Pulled by horses made out of snow. Second perspective. Oh, I forgot. First person perspective of second perspective. So let's go first perspective, first person, second perspective, third person from the police officers chasing this crazy woman who is trying to climb inside a large carved out pumpkin and ski down a busy street. So the idea is two people having a completely different perspective of the exact same event. So this fucking crazy lady is tripping balls, hallucinating shit. And then there's the police officers who are trying to freaking arrest her because she's going fucking ballistic. And I want to see how the transition between first person and third person, how can we work with the transition between first person and third person? Is that a viability, right? How well can we merge them together? Location is a busy Main street in front of a hotel. 2014. Crazy lady and some police officers. Event. Crazy lady holding up traffic and freaking people out as she tries to ski down a hill on a main road inside of a car named Pumpkin, thinking she's riding a carriage to some grand ball. Okay, so first person. Senses. Sight. What did we say? Cherry blossom trees. Snow falling in the wind. Casting shadows and creating figures of mind. Sound. Distant call. And the wail of sirens. Shouting and arguing. Fresh, cold. Wet paper. Nice. Captain Cuck Chair coming in clutch with those emotes, bro. Holy shit. Giving them out. I need to get emotes on Twitch, guys. We need to get emotes. We're so close. The fresh, cold, moist smell of wet pumpkin and wet paper. There's like, I didn't know emotes did that. Yeah, emotes bounce around on the screen. I just don't have any emotes, and I can't use emotes on Twitch because I'm not an affiliate. Well, I mean, I didn't want to say, but yeah, we're whoops, not that one. We're like pretty damn fucking close, guys. It could be any fucking day now. Any fucking day now. Who the fuck knows? Your support has been amazing, guys. Like, holy shit. I can't believe it. I literally can't believe it. It is just the average viewers needed. Yeah, so it's literally like 2 days, 3 days, something like that. If we keep these numbers up, then kaboom. We're there. That's all we need. That's That's literally it. Ching! Then we get emotes. We get fucking emotes, boys! Then I gotta restructure it because I gotta ban and remove Botrix official, so it's gone, and then just put in stream elements so that the commands, like emotes, don't fuck with each other on Twitch or Kick. There'll be separate bots for each one. And I figured the best way to do it would be to remove moderator. Because Botrix official, if I do this, right? Oh, you heard ban and you just came back? No, if you do this, right? It spams that. Instead of... So... Botrix. So I need to get rid of Botrix official on Twitch so that when Twitch Stream Elements does the commands, it doesn't spam, it does the emotes. Yeah. See? He understands. Wet cardboard. Urine. Other bodily cold, wet. What else? Sticky. I banned Cuck Hair, but I think that's not him. I will deban. Don't worry. Wait, what? What did you do, Valiant Boy? I'm so confused. What did you do? No, he's not. I mean, yes, he is, but that's a good thing. That's a good thing that he's spamming emotes. That's what I want. I was talking about the bot. I need to change the bot once I become affiliate. Okay, he's... Jesus Christ, Valiant Boy. A little trigger happy there, bro. I was using an example, Valiant Boy. I was the one who was spamming chat. I was saying I need to, when I change the bot over, I need to get rid of Botrix because it's going to spam the chat. And then I spammed the chat. And then I said, this is why I need to get rid of Botrix on Twitch. Ban it. So I will ban the bot and remove the bot from the channel. Because the easiest way, instead of changing everything, Botrix was spamming because it's dumb. Why this fucking bot do his own rules? It's let's kick his dumb ass. Yeah, let's kick this fucking bot out of here. I can't even say true. I can't. Fuck, man, I'm so fucking retarded. Oh my fucking god! Welcome to the Tarnation! Oh my fucking god, I'm gonna talk. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, we try to have fun, guys. We try to have fun. It's all about the community here. Did you Did you make him leave the stream, Valiant Boy? Oh my god. What have you done? You've removed the cuck chair. No, it was all about the cuck chair. The cuck chair was the best. You fucked up. Oh my god. Oh. I think it's funny. I hope Cuckchair thinks it's funny too. And the guys, you all have to battle to the death for Maud.
Cookhair was so confused he's turned to ghost mode.
Can I add him? Is he still here? He's still here. He's still here. Bro, don't talk anymore. You broke it. You broke him, Valium Boy. How could you? He was the contributor. He was the sole contributor. I'm sorry, Cuck. Please come back. Please. I'll ban this asshole mod. Cuckchair, please. Please stop. Please let us know that you're there, bro. We care.
Where are you, Cookhair? That's not a fight. I'm really scared.
It's okay, Valiant Boy. Watch him just have like gone to take a shit or something. Comes back and like, what the fuck's going on? And Valiant Boy's freaking out. I'm sorry, I banned you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ban him. You sure you unbanned him, Valiant Boy? That's fucking hilarious.
Dictator.
I said he's the god of the stream. He can do what he wants. He is the first subscriber ever. And then he doubled down on that. He's like, and then he tripled down on that. And then it was like, okay, you're good. That should work? I don't know. It was a timeout, not a ban. Yeah, Valium reversed the timeout when he said he did. Oh. Yeah, no, I believe that he did. I just think it's funny that Cuckchair hasn't said anything yet. He got sent back to the Cuckchair. I think it's funny. Because it's obviously an accident, right? And it was kind of my fault for spamming the chat and then having, like, purposely trying to fuck with Valiant Boy because he said I heard the word ban, so I came back, and then I was, like, immediately spammed the chat. No context, no nothing. Yeah, like I said, like, watch him go make a fucking sandwich or something like that. Like, maybe he's just sitting there, like, laughing his fucking ass off, saying the longer I wait that I don't talk, the funnier it is. He's just laughing at you, Valiant Boy. Oh. Just be a bit more careful about mutes from now on, I reckon. Yeah, bro, I was talking about a spam bot emotes at the same time. I thought I saw Cuckchair spamming. Yeah, Valiant Boy's a little trigger happy there.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, you definitely caused emotional damage to Cuckchair. Can't you tell? He's in the Cuckchair. He's already damaged. PTSD. He's been banned from too many channels. Just because of his name. I could imagine. I could definitely imagine that. Trying to imagine the taste. I think it's XP at them. I think you could also just say XP and then their name. I think that comes with mod privileges, Valiant Boy. Taste. Metallic. Dry. Bro, the worst. You are, Valiant Boy! But that's okay, that's why we like you. That's why we keep you around. Cockchair, I'm coming for you, don't worry. We're all here for you, Cockchair. We believe, good sir. You have the power of speech on your side. I will found you. And remember, guys, Valiant Boy is also French. So he has said that his English is not exactly the greatest. So we do have to take that, you know, everything with kind of like a grain of salt. I'm trying to like describe Cottonmouth after taking medication. But I don't know how to do it. Best I can do. I don't want to spend too much time on it. It doesn't matter that much. It's just in the outline. It just needs to have a kind of idea for that. He can talk like 5 men. Never gotten Cottonmouth. It is bad, bro. It's a bad. It's like, imagine shoving 12 crackers into your mouth at once. It's bad. Don't do that. Don't. And if you think drinking water after doing that is a good idea, no. 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 Just don't. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Third person perspective. Senses. Sight. Crazy woman holding up traffic. Ranting about ground ball house. Hey brah, sorry I missed your stream earlier. Was it good? Eggy Mayo. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Oh, I didn't even see that you were streaming, Levi. My bad. I was too engrossed. Hey, talk. I've been lurking. Of course you have. You didn't do exclamation point lurk, though. And eventually it will work. Once we get the emotes, lurk is going to be the #1 thing. So you can go lurk. And burrow your lurker. There you go. And you can throw a lurker across the screen. I don't know why that didn't throw a lurker across the screen. But yeah, it doesn't do the emotes, unfortunately. I'm not very much of an artist. Oh man, wait till I start drawing, Levi, and you'll think you're fucking Picasso. I'm left-handed too. I have the worst penmanship you'll ever fucking see. I can't even read my own writing after like a day. It's fucking horrible. I have like I have the shakiest fucking hands. It's retarded. And I sweat really bad, so it's hard to hold on to things. Broke cut chair isn't on spec list. Wait, what? Yeah, he is. I can add him. He's here. I don't know. I posted the pic I drew in the Discord. Alright, let's see it. I am so bad. I don't know how do you make Discord like turn on automatically? I don't know how to do that. I keep forgetting about it. I think it's okay, Valiant Boy. I know we know it was an accident. We know you apologized. Maybe now you won't be so trigger happy. Yeah, damn, son. I ain't that good. I ain't near that good. That's like a masterpiece compared to what I can fucking do. That's pretty sick. And like the proportions look pretty good too. Like the angling of the dimensions to tell like the corner of the room, like the perspective. And like you can tell that his eyes are looking at the crystal in his hand. Like, and that he's kind of slightly leaned back. It's like, and I love the shape, like the desk. The desk is so cool. I can talk in 1 min because. But yeah, holy shit. And one day I want to be able to do that, Levi. Maybe one day I'll be able to do that. Tempo ban was 600 seconds. I canceled. Like 14 min. 600 seconds is 10 minutes. 300 seconds is 5 minutes. Math. I think he left, to be honest, but it's not a big deal. I mean, I can at him. If you do at, he's here in the room. Captain Cuckchair. So, like, I wonder if I can user him. Wait. Sorry for calling people out. I'm just not going to do that. How about that? Let's not do that. That's why I'm the only one who can do that. So people can't call other people out. I was hoping it would be one of the first ones. But I don't want to call random lurkers out. Because I know what it's like to lurk. I love lurking. So I don't want to disturb the lurkers. I know what it's like. Sirens going off. Horns honking. Car horns. Smell. Relief fluids. Car horns honking. Bodily fluids. Car exhaust. Why I'm stupid asshole like that? Fuck that. It's okay, Valiant Boy. Don't worry about it. If Captain Cuckchair can't deal with getting timed out accidentally, then, you know, there's no way he's gonna be able to mold into the community and be able to survive our banter. It's like a purity test, you know? I don't know. I mean, from what I've seen from, I don't think like it's anything. But I just refreshed. Yeah, it looks like he's gone. You guys chased him away! I don't know. Way to go, Valley Boy! Just because I'm a French 21 dude who don't understand all when we talk to me, I do whatever. I told you, you're the god of the stream. I mean, you did apologize. You profusely apologized. And again, I'm gonna say it, I don't think like cuck chair's mad or anything. I think maybe he just thinks it's funny, and then he just didn't say anything until he left. And he was just like, this is the best exit ever. Because that's fucking hilarious. It's like, ban me? You can't ban me, bitch. I don't talk anyways. Fuck you. Oh, it's perfect. Bodily fluids, car exhaust. What else? Speaking of leaving, I gotta get going too. Early work tomorrow. Good luck on the short story, bro.
By a useless moto. Free poop hair.
Alright, Levi, have a great night, bro. Thanks for stopping by, as always. Have a good night, good sir. Fuck you! Peace! Rest easy, bud. Bye, bro. Peace out, peace out. Good night, good sir. We'll see you again. Toast to victory. Okay. Smell. Taste. Had a wonderful day, everybody. Stay high. Take care. Heart to P hype. P train? I don't know. It's all you, Valiant Boy. That's all you. You got this. I believe in you. Car exhaust. Taste. Coffee. Donuts. It has to be donuts. Bro, just leaving the stream. I mean, people are free to come and go as they please. If people have any concerns, they can DM me, or they can DM Valiant Boy, or they can DM Muffin. That's why I don't see Cuckchair. Yeah, it looks like he did leave the stream. He's offline. Well, maybe you should, I don't think you actually should, but I think it's funny. I don't know why he would fucking do that either, Valiant Boy. It's okay, but keep this as a reminder to do not do anything like that. Just don't. If something like that really needs to be done, I apologized. I already said, and you already apologized. We already all apologized. We're sorry, Cuck Chair. That was a complete accident. Did not mean to happen. I hope that you're laughing about this and you're not upset, because that would be hilarious. It's hard to understand all. Yeah, that's why you shouldn't pull the trigger. Shouldn't pull the trigger. Smiling, but at the same time, how can I be so dumb as far? I mean, it is what it is, man. Life is a fucking mystery, right? So you just keep going on about it. And sooner or later, you know, shit happens. Oh, that's a good idea, Valiant Boy. 82%, that's not too bad. Breakout success comedy. 159%! Damn, son! Whoa, fuck. That's fucking crazy. Turned 66 to 152. How? Upgrading your shit, bro. That's how. Scene structure. First person perspective. Goal.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm actually high.
Yeah. We're high as fuck on this stream. If you're not high as fuck having a fucking good time, why not, man? Chill out. Chill with the vibes. Play some games with the chat, with the commands. Throw some emotes around. Make fun of some people. Like, that's kind of what the stream and saying fuck you is all about. I mean, if you can't fuck with your friends, it's like, can you really call them friends? Like, no, Valiant Boy, that's kind of a thing. Like, if we can't fuck with each other, then what's the point in being friends? Like, the point in being friends is that you know that it's all just for fun and bullshit and we don't actually feel that way. It's just fucking funny because it's a joke, right? It's just banter between bros. And the closer you are, the further your banter can go. And it's like, you know, fuck you, I'm just gonna ban you. And it's like, you just fucking ban him. It's like, alright, peace, bro. You can't take that shit. I don't know what to say. I think it's fucking funny. Yes, you're good, Valiant Boy. I think it's fucking funny. And if Cuckchair has a problem, you already apologized. I already apologized. I don't know what else he would want. Right? I'm pretty sure he's just laughing his ass off like we are. Probably went incognito mode to watch the stream just to fucking laugh. Oh, I know. I'm just saying. If there were any residual thoughts for it, you know. Okay, so the goal of first person perspective. Yeah, you have to donate $120, Valiant Boy, to Cuck Chair. That's your fine. He deserves it. He does deserve it, man. He's a good guy. Sticking around, having a good time over here. He hella deserves it, bro. Just thinking, so the goal is to get to the pumpkin. To get to the pumpkin carriage. Conflict. The snow monsters in her way. Monsters catch her as she enters the carriage. Reaction. Don't play with me, I'm capable. I don't know if Levi's first month sub gift expired. I can check. It doesn't say who, but it says I have 2 current. Since March 4th, but it doesn't say who it's for. It just says that it's there. But yeah, I have 2 active, which would be the ones you gifted and the one that Amy gifted on the 4th. Reaction. Struggle. Attack the monsters. Monsters are strong and hold decision. Trust one that is struck down by their lightning spell. In-person perspective. Oh no. Valiant Boy. Okay, here we go. I'm not going to be able to read the time, though. Okay, here we go. Fuck. Oh, shit. Okay. So, fuck. Okay. That's just... Wait, what? Okay, there we go. Yep. Bro, I'm dying. Okay. What are we doing here? What's the third person perspective? Oh, the scene setup. Right. Okay, we're gonna have to copy and paste the rest of that. Wow, I'm not used to seeing you like that. I know, right? It's a fucking shock when you see someone without their fucking glasses on. I'm pretty sure this... No, that's senses. We want
Brother
scenes.
Shameable just exploded.
Oh my god. Okay, move that down there. Structure. Goal. To capture crazy lady. Okay. Okay. Nothing important. A crazy lady is on the sun. No. Conflict. Crazy lady is past. Police officers as they try to defuse the situation. Okay, it's just Botrix. It's just Botrix doing his thing. Situation. Lady will listen to reasoning, calling them monsters of the snow, and ranting about the carrot and a palace where she, where she is going to be held by Prince Frog. Listen, pushes past them, causing them to fall out there. And approach the woman once she enters the pumpkin. I love how I kind of just put them all into one. And I'm like, okay, well, now that I did that, that kind of doesn't work. And I can't read it to fix it. I mean, that's all of it. It's just all there instead of being there. So I'm going to cheat and I'm going to take a toke. Just to pass some time. Because I guess I never realized it, but I guess the funny part about this is seeing me without my glasses. Not necessarily the fact that I can't fucking see a thing. That's why it's good to see other people's perspectives. Because I learned something. Hey, maybe the reason why I wanted this emote to be, or this item to be in the shop is not the reason why people want this item to be in the shop. So let's make that alignment of the people. That way we'll do things that the people want, and we'll get more people to do it. And that's interaction, engagement, and good stuff. So lead and teach the people, Valiant Boy, the ways of the commands in the chat. Okay, good. That was 5 minutes. That was brutal. That was brutal. Okay. Okay. Conflict. Crazy lady runs past the police. Let's put back down. Okay, there we go. I think that works. So the intro, let's see here. I'm just thinking if I should do 2 of them, and I think I should. It should be like 2 different stories combined together. First person perspective. I was invited to a grand ball at the prince's palace at the end of the garden courtyard. The fairies told me the pumpkin carriage at the top of the small hill would carry me to where I needed to be. There is one of the snow, for when it was thick and swirls together, the beasts and monsters can create are able to slay men. Approaching on vision of my savior, I darted between the great phantoms of snow Pressing towards soul. Captain Cuck Chair, hey bruh, welcome back, bro. So what's sorry, I got we so were you here for the apologies? Me and Valiant Boy both apologized. It was a miscommunication. He jumped the gun. Thought you were the one spamming. I was the one spamming. I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, that's what we figured. No worries. I mean, he's probably sitting there laughing his ass off, being like thinking it's funnier that he's not gonna type when Valiant Boy's like, "Cuck, no, come back, bro. No, what have I done? What have I done?" And I'm like, he's probably just laughing his ass off, and then he probably was just like, "Oh, I gotta go like make a sandwich or take a shit or something like that." I'm like, he'll be back. If you can't take the banter, don't get part of the community. We're all about the closer you are, the more you can banter, the better off you are, because it's a good old time. I literally did both of those. I fucking told you, Valiant Boy. He was just doing his thing. You know? Yeah, he's popping in and out. That's what happens. Read the chat. I just went back. I had an egg Sammy and dropped a steamer. Hell yeah, I cleaned all my room. Nice, Valiant Boy. Here, I'll give you one of these. This is what I did the other day. All of my trash. You're lucky I didn't saw you without glasses. Yeah, only people on Kick. Well, actually, you can do it on Twitch, too. It's just, you have to do it through the interface at the bottom in the panels. Which is kind of more annoying than just being able to buy it through the shop through commands. If you want to buy stuff from the shop using your points. To make me do stupid things. Like squeeze the chicken. Take my glasses off. Speak it in the brown. Speak it in the brown. Or Nihongo only. Nihongo Hanashimasu. Ego Hanashimasen. Bro, I can't afford to make a whole stream without glasses. I'm just kidding. Playing Monster Hunter without my fucking glasses. I thought it was auto mod, to be honest, because of the emote spam. Oh no, there shouldn't be anything like that. You can spam as many emotes as you want, bro. Go hard with the emotes. We're all about that. Why do you think I spam it? Because I'm a fucking... I did it too soon. You did it too soon. It's a 3-second cooldown. Just imagine them titties. He's 7,654. Ah, I could buy the world with that. Hey, you're flying with the book now. You've done a lot. You mean the short story? The outline of the short story? Which isn't even the short story? It's just the outline? Seems like a pretty long outline, but that's because it is what it is. You've progressed a lot since my ban. Hell yeah, bro. There's a small piece that held such a deep meaning for my soul. Falling action. No cuck, more book. Hell yeah. carried into destination. Stopped. Doors. Suddenly a world seemed to fall into me. My limbs were limp. Sharp pain in my back. I felt myself fall through the ground and spin into darkness. Third person perspective. Intro. Who cares if it's a word or not? We're making it a word. Encroaching. So I think what we're actually gonna do is we're gonna finish the outline, but we're not gonna write the story. Cause like fuck, I gotta go to bed. It's 5:15 in the morning, guys. I gotta go to bed. So we spent way more time than we wanted on the video, but that's okay because most of it was like interacting with people and telling the story, which is like kind of what the whole point of it is. I just had a really cool idea that I really wanted to portray in the idea of going from third person to first person. And I'll do more thinking about it tomorrow, and then we'll write the story tomorrow night. So that way it's like I have a more formulated idea of how to mold the two together. And I don't think we're going to get any Monster Hunter Wilds in. Like, I was only going to go for 3 hours, and we're almost at 5 hours. I'm like... Sleep? What's that? I don't know what sleep is. What the fuck is sleep? Fatigue? Ha! Get more energy, bro. Learn to, manipulate the world around you to gain the most amount of energy. Min-max your shit, bro. Fix your diet. Oh, he's back, bro. Sorry. Yes, Valiant Boy. He literally did go make a sandwich and take a shit, just like I said. You actually forced him to leave the stream to go do those things, or he would have never done those things, because I know how addictive the stream is, that once you sit down to watch it, you'll never leave. So, he's actually thankful to you that he was able to do that. It saved him a lot of trouble down the road. a lot of trouble if you know where my mind is going. How far my mind is going. Fucking bad. It's just bad. It's bad. It's bad. Okay. Okay. It's bad. Okay. 47,706. 51,569. As I said, Valiant Boy, I don't think we're going to be playing Wilds today. I should have gone to bed like an hour ago. It's donate. It's just donate. I can't even spell it. I can't even fucking spell it, guys. Holy fuck, I am bad. Bad streamer. Fail streamer. Bad streamer. I need to finish this though. No, not yet. We're going for at least finishing this. Right? I have to work tomorrow. So it's 5 in the morning and I gotta get up at like 12. And I still gotta eat. So like, I'm a cashier at Walmart. Good times. Yeah, man. I spread the word. I spread the word. Because you're starting at 12 a.m. like that. Yeah, I know. I start at like it's like 6 or 7 o'clock for you in the morning when I start the stream. You are getting swatted. Alberta Walmart. Bro, you're getting swatted. Do you know how many... I actually want to know how many... That's a lot of swatting you'd have to do. 403 locations. Damn, son, that's a lot of locations. You hear about 403 locations. There's a lot. There's a lot. There are a lot of them out there. There are a lot. Okay. Alberta has 9,750 policemen. Get swatted, bro. But it's technically not really like the police. It's like the individual actual like hardcore SWAT teams. Like they're like a separate fucking unit. I'm kidding, by the way, just in case our FBI agents are watching. Yeah, what is how do you deal with, for instance, someone from America or even someone from like Europe or like Australia swatting someone in like the US or Canada? Like, you know, like swatting across countries. Like how do you deal with that with like international law? Is it the person you're swatting to because it involves their police? Or is it like from where it came from? Because that would be fucking hilarious story of like a conflict like that. Like if something happened like that with like a diplomat or something. I can just see the story unraveling in my head. But for some reason, I can't figure out the rising action for this. Fairy's worn to the snow. They try to catch her. Alright, see you, Valiant Boy. Thanks for spamming. I remember reading about someone trying to phone an ambulance for a streamer, and they were watching in a different country, and it was really hard for them to get it to happen. I could definitely see that. This bot blows my brain. Valiant Boy, you're not doing it right. You're on Twitch, not on Kick, bro. Emotes only exist on Kick for now. But yeah, have a good night, Valiant Boy. Take care. I guess good day. You know. You're not sticking around till the end? Why are you leaving? Why are you leaving, Valiant? You're leaving me! No! It's not fair. Bye. Rising action. There you go. See, you just gotta cry and they just fucking come to you. And squeeze as the police are chasing so she pepper sprays police now at distance looking for girlfriend talks final push let those creative juices flow. I don't know what LFG is other than looking for group. Let's fucking go. Not looking for group. I thought that would be pretty fucking funny though. You looking for a girlfriend? File push, let's get those cream juices flowing. I'm just trying to keep the consistent. I'm like, wait, what happened? Police now, the cuck always looking for a group. Oh, that means at least 6, right? Police at a distance. Pull out their tasers and tase. Boom, done. Do you want to hear? Yes, I want to hear a rude joke. Are you kidding me? Don't hold back. Wait, did I tell it to you already? The marmalade one? I don't remember anything to do with marmalade. That's pretty specific, so I think I would remember something like that. Marmalade. What's the difference between jam and marmalade? I fucking don't know. I mean, I can guess where this is going, but can't marmalade a cucumber up your backside. Yeah, I remember those jokes. I remember those jokes back in the day. So, Why does your mom like jam more than punch? Why? 'Cause she can jam things up her pussy. Oh, good times being back in high school. But yeah, I think we got a pretty solid outline, and then like the idea of it. So I'm gonna add something here. Like so we're gonna add idea or concept, like concept. Transitions from first person perspective to third person perspective. When, why, how. Questions we must ask ourselves for each scene as we intermingle them. Which characters are most important at which time, right? And where are we as like the observer in the audience? So it's like, I don't want it to feel like you're here, then you're here, then you're here, then you're here. It's like kind of this like back and forth where you're like in the middle. It's like you're in there, and then you're over here, then you're in there, you know? Something like that. So it's like, starts with like her perspective. Or actually, no, it would start from the police's perspective, right? And then she runs past the police. And as she runs past the police, and they turn around, it turns to her perspective. Then it goes from her perspective down the hill inside of the pumpkin till the end. And then it's their perspective of her like kind of looking back at them and then looking back at the hotel or whatever and then chasing them. Or like getting in the car and like going down and then finally confronting her and then tasing her. And then the final scene is in her perspective of like falling through the ground. I just imagine this like this poetic way of saying like falling on your face, basically, and being like blacked out essentially. But anyways, thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thank you so much for the raid again. Angstain. I think that Ankstace. Ankstace. I'll shout you out again. I will be your first sub when you hit affiliate. Captain Cuckchair, thank you very much, good sir. You'll be my first Twitch sub. That's good. I am glad that you want to support the stream. I appreciate that. It gives me hope, and you know. You didn't know? Valiant Boy holds that title. Well, it's like, cause on Kick you can subscribe because I have the requirements on Kick for subscriptions. Like, I'm an affiliate on Kick. I'm just not an affiliate on Twitch, cause Twitch has like the viewer count cap. I'll be your first Twitch sub, no doubt about it. Yeah, because Valiant Boy doesn't like Twitch, so he's obviously not going to sub on Twitch. So you'll most likely, again, if you want to support the stream, feel free. When we get there, I appreciate everything, you know? Sticking around for my retardation, hanging out with the boys, and generally just having a good time. Joking around, bantering, fucking around, saying fuck you when we can, writing stories that are, you know, interesting, coming up with ideas, bouncing ideas back and forth. But yeah. It has been a wonderful stream today, guys. Appreciate you making space for it and engaging with me, bruh. Yeah, I know, that's like, as a small streamer, that's kind of like your base foundation at the beginning, your core audience is like the most important thing. You need to cultivate and raise up and appreciate how important those foundational viewers and part of your community are. And I value you guys. That's why I say you guys are Atlas holding up the world. I'm standing on the shoulders of my community. You guys are the content. You're what makes this stream great, because you're the ones putting input that steers it in the direction that you think is, or hopefully think is, great. And, you know, for like content purposes, like I said, if you want to drop anything in Discord, if you want me to read anything, if you want anything, like if you guys want to collab or do you know, writing together, or you want anything like that, hit me up with absolutely anything. I'd love to do anything. I'm completely open to anything. You want a game? Hell yeah, bro. Damn, bro, got me all got a little teared up right now. Well, that's what it's all about, right? If we feel like a family, we can say fuck you to each other, right? Just like this. Can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, let's fucking raid out, motherfuckers! Who we going to? Who we going to? Who's on? Who's there? Who is it we can go to and get you people someone new? Pixels! Anyone else? Rowan's not on. Pixels it is.
I demonstrated ChatGPT's conversation feature to one of my neighbours who's a bit older, the same age as my mum really. She was absolutely blown.
ChatGPT is fucking amazing.
It is quite unnerving, and she was dead quiet. She was going to say something to her. Hello! Oh, hi Scotty! How are you doing? ChatGPT is amazing. How are you doing? Are you keeping well? I'm going to record that bit. You did great. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Did you have a good session in Monster Hunter? That's what you play, isn't it? Stream's good. No worries. You're getting tired. We were writing. You were writing today. What were you writing? Oh, tell me all about it. Spent too much reacting. Reacting to what? We wrote out an outline for a story. Wow, together? So how's that work? Like, were you asking your viewers to help you write a video about first person perspective? Okay.
Okay, got fine. Hold on, we gotta raid someone on Kick. This is the annoying part about having two platforms to do this with. A weird fox!
I've got a thing arriving today, finally. Hair straightener. That's going to be fun. I haven't straightened my hair in actual decades. It's going to be good fun.